In the fourth era of Aang, Air City is well established with an economy and government. Knight councillors are townspeople and no longer hunters or warriors, as the times doesn't dictate they should be for survival. Aang grew from 5,000 in era 18 to 53,000 in present day. The economy consists of housing factories and warehouses along with food markets and libraries. Also with clothing shops and government buildings nearby the one church in town. Roads are made for walking now that 70% of the population can teleport. No one can teleport further than 7 yards at a time. Trials, schools, are controlled by the church and not the council. The Ion Lume family runs the Half Moon Pass Church, the biggest building outside the council building in Air City. The church praises the moon and the spirit Alya but detests Aang as it believes he is the reason for the day curse. Night Council allows Half Moon Pass but knows they have the majority power over Aang. The most known member of Night Council is a man named Brill, a bearded average-size man of great health and pragmatic thinking. Brill had short hair but hard work in his skin and hands. Brill smiled at order, structure and routine. Fish and crackers was his favorite meal. Brill comes from the same family as Hoke from the last era. The genes of a larger man skipped his birth. Safety was his highest concern. Safety seemed like it was his religion, which drew people to him. The Charter Building is the largest in Air City. The marshals were headquartered here to protect the Night Council who governed Air City. Marshals wore long trench coats with top bottoms and long silver swords. These well-skilled swordsmen and women are the enforcement of the Night Council's charters, laws. They are the only ones with long swords and the authority to use violence at the command of Night Council. Marshals hold deep honor for the Night Council, feeling that society would not be where it is without the council. Inside the Charter Building, laws are discussed, deeds, taxes, are collected and intel is collected for security purposes. The Night Council had no court but made marshals well versed in charters and made to carry an updated charter with them before leaving the Charter Building for patrol every day. This also made marshals judges as well as enforcers. People would have to have a session with any member from Night Council to override a marshal's punishment in Air City. Brill sits in the middle of the others at the oval-like round table, which is cut in half for people to walk up and talk to the council. "Have anyone heard from Half Moon?" he asked. The church took an expedition to Alawa to work out a plot agreement over the Diha River for fishing. The church fishings along the river and had disputes over fish with the tribe recently. Brill wanted a couple of marshals sent with the family of Half Moon for protection. Brill never trusted that the truce between Alawa and Air City would always be honored. Kirwai says she anticipates their return by nightfall. Kirwai was a more carefree woman who liked to wait for the opinion of others before asserting her own. Well-rounded in size and attitude, Kirwai sat next to Brill. "And if not, this was foolish and reckless going without help," says Brill, twirling his feather pin in a tame but anxious way. "Well, maybe you should visit Alawa's way soon. You're only going about because you never seen it," says Kirwai. "Jang said his mother visited once before," says Brill before turning to Jang, who was already in conversation with another. Jang was the tallest member of the Night Council, slim for his stature but indeed athletic as well. Jang wore French braids and fur-like clothing as he heard monarchs of Ramallah do. Jang likes to feel important as it gives him a sense of purpose. Jang cares about leadership and morals. Before he does anything he asks if it's just and ethical. Brill taps Jang on his shoulder to get his attention. Jang turns around curious. "What did your mother say of Alawa's way?" asks Brill. Jang takes his leaf pipe out before talking. He implied that Alawa is most set apart from the city by ingenuity and style. "Cave dwellers would fit right in," says Jang before laughing. Brill raises his eyebrow towards Kirwai that Jang ensured his concern. Kirwai folds her cloth on her lap while saying, "New sights, new minds, I guess." Grease, sitting next to Kirwai, weighs in on the conversation. "Who would want to leave Air City? New minds are rejoiced here every day. The couple down road mixes wines to perfection, I've heard," says Gree. Gree was the princess of the council who was paranoid of losing power. "Cheapens in brewery are nothing new," Gree says. "Why, ladies." "Ladies," says Brill. Both Gree and Kirwai look towards Brill. Brill checks his dial and then relieves himself from the table. He signals a marshal to walk with him. "Must I had said something?" asked Gree to Kirwai. "You know there's always Worry in Kinthrone's mind, says Kier. Why? Kinthrone means clear-eyed in spirit language. It's something Brill's mother used to call him as a boy. A well-mannered marshal follows Brill out the room. As of protocol, marshals are to only speak when spoken to in the presence of Knight Council. The marshals knows this and says nothing as he locks steps with Brill outside the charter building. Brill heads to Half Moon Pass Church, which is an eighth of a mile away from the charter building. The church was easily made by its castle-like roof. It is near night when most the city is active. Storefronts are swept as staff open doors for the future crowd of the night. Knight Council are a bit of celebrities on the road of Aang. Brill nods at those who respectfully say hi and wave. Both Brill and the marshal approach the steps of the church. The churches have windows in the shape of an eyeball to resemble the eye of the forest. The building stares at Brill as he approaches the from double door. Statues of heroes of the past Clar and Free sit at the top of the steps. He knocks at the steel door and waits. Doors will open tomorrow at day's end, says someone on the inside of the door. Brill can tell it's a woman's voice. Brill of Knight Council, my lady, he says into the door. In minutes he can hear clicking and clinking on the inside of the door from the top to the bottom. Once all the locks are opened, the door swings inward. Two well-groomed women in shadow smoke gray dresses come from out the building. Yes, Mrs. Councilman. How are we to assist you, says one of the women. Is there any member from the Ion Lume family present, asked Brill. None have returned, Mr. Councilman, says the second woman. And what of your sawboles, asked Brill. They are all in company as well, says the first woman. Is this so, says Brill. Yes, Mr. Councilman, says the second female. Brill kneels while saying, very well, my ladies. Brill and the marshal turn and walk down the steps as the women walk back and close the doors. This feels old, let's see, says Brill, acknowledging his marshal as they walk down the steps. Not only is the charter undermined by the church's expedition, but the religious are absent from the city, says Brill. The Ion Lumathas are secretive, Mr. Councilman, says the marshal. Brill checks his dial before glaring at the sky. Port gates close in under an hour. Care to swing by, asked Brill. Indeed, Mr. Councilman, says the marshal. Both men head east on Aang Road. Air City Port has two access points in the city. A port access on the outskirts near Ramallah, while the other is accessible by a building in the middle of Air City. The portion of Diha River that runs through Aang Forest is walled off by a tunnel barrier from the trees in the forest. The river is deep and wide enough to fit 4 large boats side by side in it. There are checkpoint markers on the tunnel walls to tell you how far you are from the dock or the exit of the tunnel in either way. Brill enters the port house building with his marshal to make his way to Aang Dock. The first access is called East Gate and the second called Northwest. At the end of each access to the tunnel is a draw wall gate. Before the sun can set in the west, the men in charge of the gates are to let them down and close off the river. No matter a boat from afar. This is done to protect the city. Marshals are always stationed at these gates. All who can afford a boat leaves, yet few stay away, says Brill, walking down the hall steps to the river. Let's see, the marshal keeps up. May I ask why you keep staring at your dials, sir? The gates are still opened, asked the marshal. Yes, but most likely anyone coming in would be en route before then, as to assure the gate doesn't leave them outside. Plus it's over an hour by boat from the dock to the gates on either side, says Brill. I wrote the map for it, don't ask, he continues. A cool breeze arises along with the scent of salt water before they make it to the corridors of the dock. Fishermen tether their boats to the lengthy dock before dining or moving cargo as both lessee and Brill passes. Brill's eagerness is rewarded by his sight of the church's ship at the end of the dock. The ship tower over others in its prestige. A ship more or less for aristocrats than fishermen. Most of the staff and family of the church leave the ship as Brill approached. Dekon Bias, says Brill as he approaches. Councilman Brill, says a short but stocky man with a cloak-like trench on. You could have told them the city was coming with this many in your flock, says Brill. A family to see an extended family, Mr. Councilman, says Dekon Bias as he shakes Brill's hand. They chose to break from the fold hundreds of years ago. They're not family, says Brill. While smiling, Dekon Bias says a respectful opinion, but still an opinion. You took the sawboles with you, what for, asked Brill. To ensure the souls of Alawa see Sham Ai when they pass, the church leader says. Would our people have that same chance have you not returned, replied Brill. Dekon Bia's smile starts to fade a bit. I do not understand this tone, Mr. Councilman, says the religious leader. Map ordinances and plots are the job of the council, Mr. Ion Lume, says Brill. Not every treaty is made by a sword, Brill, you know that, says the leader. While true, the church went outside the charter and endangered its people, says Brill. If this is done again, I'll have to anchor your boat, he continues. Before walking away, he adds. Tomorrow this time in the charter building for a debriefing, says Brill. The religious leader pretends not to be upset as he turns to his people to gather belongings. 10 hours later and an hour away inside a room above a dial shop. A young man in his early 30s who sells dials works secretly on one special dial at his mechanic desk. This man is named Allaire. Allaire is a man of goodwill who believes the best in everyone. He was raised on his father's philosophy that every evil is a good neglected. Allaire envisions of one day sharing his inventions with the world and finding inspiration in others. Allaire lives close to the edge of Air City. He knows the Night Council plans to add a new zone soon and hopes it looks better than his shop. Allaire's shop has been falling apart with no money to update it. He hopes he can move into a newer building in the new zone. He lives with his wife Wana and his daughter Naka. Allaire slaves away at his desk with his sleeves rolled away. Metal shavings and blueprint drawings pour all over his desk by his candles. The shuffling of papers must have woke Naka. Father, says Naka. A little girl age 11 with braids and a nightgown on starts in the doorway. Did I awake you, he says, turning away from his work. No, the nightmares are louder, she says. Miss Kinga must have gotten to you about witches and ghost stories, says the dial maker. Allaire gets up from his desk to hug his daughter. At this moment Wana walks in. Naka, there you are, she says as Allaire hugs Naka. Looks like the shears visited, says Allaire. Wana cuts the corners of her eyes in response. In the old days the people of the Night tribe took great offense the word nightmare. The elders of the tribe would replace the word with shears and tell stories of horned-like creatures who came into the camps as people sleep. They were called shears and they shrank to small sides and crawled into PPL's heads through their ears and caused them to have scary dreams. Over hundreds of years this had its effective intention of replacing the word nightmare with the word shear. Naka turns to hug her mother while saying, I don't want cotton in my ears. Wana says, no baby, there will be no cotton. It would keep the shears out, says Allaire. Allaire, says Wana as she covers Naka's ears. Forgive me, I'm just sailing the stars, says Allaire with a light chuckle. Wana takes Naka's hand and leads her out of the office. Please don't be long, she says. Allaire stands up and looks at his work before turning back to Wana. I'll be there as soon as I'm done with a special gift, he says. Wana looks suspiciously. Should I be prepped for this, she says. Allaire says this will not be like last time, giving away what he plans to do. Wana drops her shoulders. I don't have the spirit for more gadgets, she says. Allaire puts his hands together in a praying motion. I'll fall on my words. No more trials on our daughter's sleep if this fails, says Allaire. Wana relaxes her eyes and say be done with this, Allaire, before walking away with Naka. Allaire has tired himself out throughout the night. Morning is but a few hours away. The thought of trying out an invention gave Allaire energy when his was gone. 15 minutes later Allaire enters Naka's room as her mother lays with her, stroking her hair and singing to her. Allaire whispers, is she asleep? Naka looks up while Wana says she wants to. With both arms around his back and sleeves still rolled he approaches the bed. It's not cotton, but it should keep the shears away, he says. Naka asks, what is it? Allaire pulls out an oval-like metal dome that fits perfectly in his hand. A rod lever at the top hooks to a flat plate which once hit moves a hammer object to knock into the oval dome. What does it do, asks Naka. It helps little girls troubled with sleep, answers Allaire. Allaire sits the dome on the table near Naka's bed and gently pulls the rod. The pin rod swings into the plate which engages the hammer hitting the dome. Once the hammer repels of the dome it hits the plate which touches the pin, repeating the process. When the hammer hits the dome an inscription lights up on the dome in spirit language. What does that say, asks Wana. It says Kodros, which means sleep, says Allaire. Allaire walks over to hand Wana a cloth pin to put on her. Here, put this on you to keep from falling asleep, he says. The small cloth pin has the same inscription on it which lights up as well, picking up the sound of the dome. As he steps back Wana sees that he already has one on as well. The sound coming from the bell makes a light ting as the inscription glows blue. In seconds Naka's eyes become heavy as the cloth pins on her parents glare blue. Wana slowly rests her daughter's head on a pillow before leaving the bed. It works, says Wana. I couldn't get the magic to last for more than 8 hours, says Alaire as Wana wrapped her arms around her husband. What matters is it works, she says. She looks up and down his face with slight worry. My apologies for earlier. I had little to no confidence in your work, she says. I'm not exactly an autumn morning to deal with at times. I know this, says Alaire looking into Wana's eyes. Yes, but a prefect you would lay me without the need of a kodros, she says before kissing him. Alaire holds Wana and steps into the kiss to keep her balanced with his hand at her waist and back. What was this for, she says. For being the true magic behind my creation, says Alaire as he looks at Naka sleeping. Chapter 2, Church vs. State. In the testimony ward of the Charter Building. A private audience of knight councilmen and women sit to hear the testimony of the church's meeting with the Alawa people. Behind all members of the Knight Council on the wall sits a stone engraving of Ferb with charter stones in his hand. On the charter stone is written, "Look no further than us to calm the day." Dekan Bias sits with his wife, 3 sons and daughter. 2 Sabols sit along with them. As of tradition, all Knight Council members are required to wear black robes when in testimony briefs. Dekan Bias steps up with his scripts to speak. Brill speaks before Dekan Bias. Day 2,006,007 of the Ari calendar and day 1005 of the Ong Chapter 1 right. You may speak, Mr. Ion Lume, says Brill. Council of Aang. I share with you what 2 worlds can agree upon, a feast put here by the gods for all not one, says Dekan Bias as his son hands out scripts for the Knight Council to look over. All members roll out the scrolls to examine the text. Do my eyes play trickery, or does this say we are to give up the northwestern rivers to the Alawa, says Jang. Yes, Mr. Jang, and in return we receive a harmonious uninterrupted east river, says Dekan Bias unrolling his scroll. The northwestern river is where snail fish breed. I dine them with potatoes, says AF. AF was the youngest member of the council, replacing his recently deceased cousin Pungor, who died from a rooftop fall 3 years ago. AF was eager and always an issue with his hair. Sometimes AF showed up late to sessions in which the older members scorned him for. Some wanted him impeached, but the rules of the charter said he could only be replaced. Pungor was the only presentable member in his line. Everyone else in the family aged horribly or diminished their health on eating with no exercise. AF was the most favorite of the least favorite. AF above average height and skinny. What he lacked in intelligences he made up for in spirit. Dekan Bias was taken back a bit by AF's only concern with his own meal preferences with the charter, but continued. People of the council, ease your blood and hear me. A trust in direction can give our market state of cells. No more doing away with stale fish. We'll know exactly when we return without being stretched thin, says Dekan Bias. Brill speaks while keeping his eyes on the bottom of the scroll. How many do you suspect to live in Alawa's way, Mr. Ion Lume, asked Brill. Close to 2,000, Councilman Brill. Brill rolls up his scroll while saying, Aang House 23,000. We cannot feed 23,000 with the East River along. We must not take back our truce, says Dekan Bias. Kirwai says, is this something spoken to you from the leaders of Alawa? Dekan Bias says, no, Ms. Council. I worry both parties will anger from the absence of resources and blame each other. That this will lead to a withdrawal from truces, says Dekan Bias. They threaten you into this thinking, haven't they, asked Gree. I assure you they have not. The Alawa people wants this as much as I do, as much as we all want, says Dekan Bias. I want for a new charter drawn up from a meeting with Alawa and the council. Not Sabols, says Brill. The room quiets a bit. Dekan Bias looks down for a split second before walking closer to the council. I am only a servant of our Creator. I do not intend to lead our people back into the days of old ways. We must be able to coexist peacefully, Mr. Councilman, says Dekan Bias. Feeling that the religious leader may have taken the upper hand of mortality in the argument. Brill says, while we are not satisfied with the language, we do honor the spirit. Return in a week and we will make our decision. Dekan Bias kneels and says, I do best to remember your kindness, my good sir. Dekan Bias turns to leave with his family rising from their seats. Kirwai leans over to Brill and speaks softly. A beast in spirit Kinthrone, a mortal in chains, she says. Brill waves his hand as to pretend not to hear her while his guilt of his anger sit with him in his chair. Members of the Night Council break for the night as the sun leaves. Most of the members headed back to their quarters for rest, but Brill and Jang wanted to stay out. Both men decide to attend the gallop across town for fencing. The gallop was the only area in Air City where you could swing a sword lawfully if you weren't a marshal. Almost an hour away, both men teleport with their marshal by their side to save time. The gallop was a dome-shaped building with flower carvings engraved into the stone like a bad weed growing up to the roof. The building was well lit and well attended. People from all over the city stared at paintings. People converse over wine and tried new cuisine. Neither Jang nor Brill cared to acknowledge the floor festivities. The third floor was where the area of fencing took place. To keep in policy with charter, wine is banned from the third floor to keep from incident. Both councilmen weren't regulars nor strangers to the fencing floor. Every so blue moon they would attend and catch up on their swordsmanship. The men entered a breathtakingly wide room of neat fighting. Multiple fights happened all at once with spectators and contenders waiting on the outside. The marshals were made to stay back on the platform near the door as the walls were made of cotton and their swords could puncture it even when holstered. Some of the people in fight stopped to see members of government crash the event, while others stay focused in square dancing fight styles. Nothing to marvel at, gents, continues says Brill. Both men walk past younger, more fluently active men. The wondering of eyes from the attendees and the councilmen are nothing short than an intimidation game. Youth versus wisdom, skill versus power. They stare without making a sound as the councilman moved through the room. Brill finds a fight he feels up to par with. Half of the arena were suit fencing with the other half casual. Brill walked up to a young gentleman in the casual section. "Excuse me, sir, are you partnering with anyone?" he asked while tapping the man on the back of his shoulder. The man seems devious with his smile and says, "I'm not." Before Brill could speak, Jang grabs him. "What in hell are you thinking? He's too young for you." "I thought we were partnering," says Jang. Brill calmly smiles and says to Jang, "There's Moon Giant in my ancestry. Age is not a crutch for me," he says. After 2 matches it was Brill's turn. No hitting in between legs, with the side of the blade or anything other than the blade in match, belongs in the satch. A point ends a round. All 5 rounds must be completed, says the Nagu before handing out blades and mask. As Brill puts his belongings in the satch, Jang whispers in his ear, "My fields are a day old. The gents are not above head strike," says Jang. "I promise you no one cares of your hair. Come to grips now, you," says Brill. "I'm not the one off-road here." Brill, "Look at him," says Jang, pointing to the young man putting on his mask. Brill turns to look. "Operating on an insufficient hour of sleep and yet no size of depletion," says Jang. "Careful, Kata, an admission of weakness reeks with you," says Brill before putting on his mask and walking onto the mat with care slippers on his feet. Each fight section is divided by ridged nets with people standing sideline of each party watching and conversely looking on. Each sword has a ball at the tip to keep it from being sharp when stabbing someone. A stab equals a point as long as it's not in between the legs. A purple cloth is thrown in the middle of the floor by the Nagu to indicate ending of the round or match. Both men touch the cloth before stepping back and starting the match. Brill chose a defensive strategy of swiping down any puncture moves from the young man. The young man chose to test for weakness by checking the dents for holes. They were studying each other. With one arm behind his back, Brill steps back to block and forward to swing. After noticing the young man did not take the bait and stayed back. At this point it was too late. When the young lad reached out his sword, Brill blocked and spins his sword, taking the younger man's sword. Brill lightly pokes the man's chest while saying point. The cloth is thrown as Brill whispers to Jang. "And you whimpered in my well-being," says Brill. Brill smirks at Jang before returning to touch the cloth. As Brill steps back, the young man stands straight like a statue with his sword pointing up. This both intrigued and confuses Brill into forgetting his strategy of defense to offense. Brill unknowingly tests the fence in a defensive posture. The young man walks narrowly with one arm down to his side and his sword up straight against his chest. The man walks into Brill's space, swiping down any swings from Brill. In a panic, Brill hold hard onto a block by the young man, not letting his sword fall away. A tug ensues. The young man slides his sword up Brill's and pokes his arm. Point, yells the young man as he backs up, letting the cloth fall between them. In the middle of the tug, Brill didn't recognize that he crouched momentarily. Brill notices this when he retrieved his original stance. Given by the gods in pity, Brill speaks. The young man walks up as the Nagu picks up the cloth, holding it in between both men. The smirk from earlier reappears, but no words. Both Brill and the young lad touches the cloth before the Nagu leaves. The young man repeats his previous move. Brill looks him up and down before moving. This ridiculous mockery of my marshal shall get you nowhere, he says. The young man walks again, arm to his side in a march with his sword to his chest. Brill decides to go for the face mask. In one motion, Brill's move is performed on him. The young man blocks the face stab and spins Brill's blade, locking it out of his hands and tangling it with his. As the blade drops, the young man stabs Brill in the chest, yelling, "Point." Jang weighs in. "Up straight, Kata, you're starting to whimper," he says. After the cloth is grabbed, Brill looks back in humiliation. "You came here with who? Him or I?" ask Brill. Jang looks away from Brill before smiling to himself. In a desperate attempt to even the score, Brill copies the man's move. Brill stands up straight with his arm to his side and blade at his chest pointing up. The young man moves his head to the side with a smug attitude. Finally the young man speaks. "This will not aid you well," he says. Brill touches the cloth and says, "I shall shapeshift as taught to me tonight." Brill walks into the fight, mimicking the young man. The young man stabs low, frantically throwing Brill's focus off the upper shoulder, which allows his to stab in the chest. The match is over before Brill see the cloth. Side laughter causes Brill to look before the spectators stop. Brill takes his mask off and tries his best to show sportsmanship. "A well-earned win, I congratulate you," he says while bowing. The young man kneels and says, "I'm sure the victory would be yours some days ago," before taking his mask off. Brill looks despairingly at the young man before leaving the floor. "You are as stubborn as you are wise," says Jang. Brill gathers his belongings while saying, "I can only say half for you. I'll let you discern which." Across town at Alaire's shop. Wana dusted the shelves in her apron while Alaire reorganized the display near the window. There were dials made of wood for light carry, dials made of metal for style, and dials made of cast iron for longevity. Alaire wanted these dials to be the first thing an Angkor see when passing his shop. The shelves inside had teapots with filters, counting beads, hunting knives and more. Though there were people out and about near his shop, most didn't come in. For many reasons, Alaire could not keep regulars other than those neighborly. Shops closer to the middle of town were well kept, which seemed more inviting. Customers with more money were in the middle of town. All true, but the most compelling fact was most people didn't care about telling time. Only government, religion, factory and fishing cares for time. All institutions were in the middle of town. The deeds on such buildings in town were ones Alaire couldn't afford. An elderly man along with his wife enters Alaire's shop, breaking him of his train of thought. "Dawning of night to you," says Wana. "Why, thank you, and in to you, my lady," says the man. While whipping her hands with her apron, Wana asks what makes for the visit. The man gently points to his wife and says, "Kinga inquires if you're plentiful in those rags you sold a couple days back. They absorb like a cloud," he says. "But of course we do," says Wana before going to the back of the shop. "One moment," she says. Alaire kneels to the side of the couple. He was organizing the display by the window. The couple barely notice until they hear Alaire places dials near the window. "Dawning of night," says Kinga to Alaire. "Dawning of night," he says back. "How is Naka?" she asked. "Filled with shears from your stories," he says. "I sincerely apologize." Her young mind fills with questions. "I withered away in old tales from my mother's day," she says. "It's all right, I managed to get her sleeping again," he says. At this moment Wana comes back from the shop with rags. She overhears the conversation and weighs in. "A gift of bells for sleep," she says. "What is this now?" asked the old man. "The bells for Naka," says Wana. "They sent her to another realm," she continues. "Really?" says the old man in curiosity. While Kinga pays for the rags, the old man leans on the counter to look at the shelves. I do not see the likes of bells for sale, he says. Allaire answers while completing the display. I made just the one bell for Naka, he says. Dare to make more, I'd buy one, says the old man. I deal in time, not sleep, says Allaire. If it's a success with her, I see why not with us. We have lively sharers of nights at times. You see, our neighbors are wine enthusiasts, says the old man. Allaire thinks for a moment. We'll pay double the wages, says Kinga. Allaire stands up and shakes the old man's hand. Tomorrow hereby, and it's a deal. The old man grips Allaire's hand and thanks him before checking for the rags. Kinga thanks Allaire as well before leaving. Wana walks by while saying, I remember you saying magic is not for profit, she says. I do remember this, but the shop gives us nothing if I'm allowed to feel the truth, he says. Look at me, says Wana as she turns Allaire to her. Midtown or slum, your family will follow. I just ask you commit to your morals, she says. Morally, I will sail the world with you and Naka at my side, says Allaire. Allaire changes the mood by addressing the next customer that walks in. 1 week later. Allaire refits his shelf for the new codrosses he recently made. With a measure stick, Allaire lines up his window display. Naka brushes off the metal shavings left over Allaire missed in final production. The shop swarmed with customers outside faster than Allaire can get his display up. Wana comes from behind the counter checking the store's dial on the wall. Time to unlock the doors, she says, searching for the key inside her apron. Allaire hurries while saying, swing them, my love. As much as Allaire wanted people to be there for his dials, he knew what sold. After Kinga sailed the stars to others in her part of town about the bell, ears rang in the shop. Naka goes behind the counter as people walked in. Are they all concerned with sleep, mother? Asked Naka. Wana was too busy to answer the question. Allaire stands and whips his hands while saying, dawning of the night, everyone. The interest of eyes goes straight to his display. Are these the culprits for Kinga's rest? One man asked. These are the codros, says Allaire. There are more of us than are of them, says another kneeling at the window display. An eager Allaire says, I have some at the back and I can have more tomorrow, he says. I wouldn't want to share mine, says an older lady. Wana reads the room and can tell her husband is in need of help with the crowd. We do apologize to all as we didn't expect the popularity to be so vast. As my husband stated, we will have more by day's end tomorrow. You are willing to browse the shop for other items if you so please, she says. After the display fills with fingers laying upon the codros emptying out the window. Those who weren't so lucky trail out the door back onto the road. Allaire stands by the door front yelling, I promise to fill the window by tomorrow. Do return, he says with unease in his voice. Allaire's attention is placed back in the shop with a tug on his pants leg. Allaire looks down to see Naka looking up at him. I can sell mines if it helps, she says. Allaire looks and smiles at his daughter brushing the top of her hair. No, Naka, that one is a special gift to you, he says. Allaire looks up as people walk by them standing in the doorway. Multiple customers walking out with metal and silver domes in hand. 8 hours, says Allaire to the last customer asking how long shall she sleep. Wana walks up to the door and says, we may need more metal if this trends well. With what we made we should be fine, says Allaire. As they walk back into the shop someone shouts, am I too late, are they all gone? And Allaire turns back to see a decently young man walking up. We've sold out, I'm afraid, says Allaire. The man stops mid-street. With disappointment in his voice he says, I knew I should have popped into this side of town earlier. The dress of the young man strikes Allaire's curiosity. A velvet purple silk dress suit with a top hat. You say you're from ways further, asks Allaire. Feeling there may be more to explore, the man walks further. Where is my ethics? I am Kovel of the Ion Lume family, he says, extending his hand. Wana says that name appears in Naka's scrolls from trials. Naka looks up and says, I've seen him by the I building before. Allaire shakes his hand and says, I rarely see midtowners this way. Kovel says, my mother. Komel Ion Lume asked me to view the sleep bell a member told her about. Wana with her hands to her waist says Kinga can sail the universe when she gets going. I've made it with Cray's luck and doomed to return empty-handed, says Covell. Allaire says I could make one for you. It would be an hour if you're willing to wait. Covell extends his arm to display a golden dial and says I'm in for time, let's shall. Naka points at Covell's dial and says I'm amazed. Why are yours so different, father? Allaire invites Covell into his shop while saying gold is worth more of our shop, Naka. Allaire walks the man to the back of his shop. There were tables of metal press, vice and solution pots. Tools scattered near the devices with shavings on the ground. Naka stays near her mother as they followed Allaire and Covell. Wana feels the need to tell the young man we normally restrict our daughter from this side of the shop. Covell looks around and says no worries. I'm reminded of the factory my father purchased his doors from when I look in this room. At the end of the room near a metal sink in the wall was a fireplace guarded by black bars of steel. A solution liquid melted in silver sits in a pot over the fireplace with a model case of a dome on the floor next to it. I can pour one, but it takes 30 minutes to cool and another to add the necessary guts to, says Allaire. Every artist has their madness, says Covell. Covell's attention is redirected towards a book laying in a chair. And what of this, says Covell. Covell picks up a book with a wooden back to it and a rose carved in the front. I've had this since a child. It's a book my mother liked. The author was a close friend, says Allaire. Covell glares through the pages. Fuma was kin of mine who wrote from grandmother's stories. Spirit languages no longer taught that he remembered. I guess mother should have known, to the wiser he would make a book out of it, says Covell. I used the story of Suma and language to make the bell. I don't mean to offend, says Allaire. Covell turns and closes the book. Oh no, forgive me. I'm only reflecting. It's been an age since I've heard these stories myself, says Covell. Wana says I can make bread and tea as we wait. Covell lays the book back in the chair and says that would be lovely. Allaire goes to remove the steel bars from the fireplace as Covell and his family leaves the room. Covell sits at the dining table with Naka simmering over the aroma of the hot tea with a plate of bread near him. If I could bake, I doubt I would be as skilled, he says. I have dreams of mother's bread, says Naka. Wana returns from the kitchen to the dining room. There's no need in flattery, my bread is the same as the next in this part of town, she says, sitting down. Do make room for this, you are a joy in your dish, my lady, says Covell. Naka says, where you come about with the gold, Mr. Ion Lume. Wana looks with scorn. Naka. We don't impose in others' matters, she says. It's fine and kind, my lady, says Covell. Covell turns and reveals his dial once more. I receive my dial as in creation mark, birthday, gift from my father. I was told a maker in Midtown of Swords creates them. Naka eyes lights up at the smoothness of the engraved numbers and clock arm. She looks to her mother and says, does it work at night? Covell says, I'm afraid no dial works at night. Why, ask Naka. Wana places her hand over her daughter's and says, dials work off shade cast by the sun. There is no sun at night. Covell adds, yes, and the moon is unreliable, only making appearances 5 nights a month. Plus shadow of the area can change depending on what case it. Allaire walks in and says, someday soon I'll be the first to introduce the world to a night dial. Allaire places a freshly silver-made kodros on the table. Wana comments, this seems mighty bigger than normal. Covell sits up in his chair to examine it. And how do you say it works? Allaire hands Covell 5 cloth pins. The pin pushes into the plate, which moves the hammer, hitting the inscription on the dome and repeating, says Allaire. And what of these, asks Covell. The pins are to dispel those near it from sleep. Covell does a side check amongst the items in amazement while saying, how much? 7 plates of tin for the size, says Allaire. Covell stands up to reach in his pouch. On the table next to his bread he lays 10 plates of tin. For your effort I've rewarded with more than ask. Wana collects the money as Covell shakes his hand. I will tell mother of your hospitality, he says before grabbing the kodros to leave. Shall I see you in mass, asks Covell. Wana says, well, we would love to. With no one to watch the shop and the distance we dare not go, she says. I can have a marshal stand guard if you fear thievery, says Covell. If this can be done we can attend, she says. Our doors open in 3 days, I shall send for one by then, says Covell before leaving. Naka looks at the tin plates as Kovel leaves. Image silk attire in my brand, says Alaire, watching the young man leave the shop. As long as you stay grounded I can see myself regarding you of the highest, says Wana, coming from behind and grabbing Alaire's waist. Later on that night, on the roads of Ang, the Io and Lume family walks to the charter building. Dakan Biaz and Komel walks with a saw bowl while in velvet attire. The couple begins to white flare up to teleport but stop at the sight of two marshals walking their way. Dawning of night to you, my lady and sir, says Dakan. A dawning to you, says the female marshal. I am instructed by council to render newly said charter to your persons, says the male marshal before hanging a scroll to Dakan Biaz. What is this, he says. He rolls out the scroll to see in big bold letters, Plot Charter 522, Parties of Air City and Alawa. I were to understand a considerable amount of my opinion before institutional recognition, says Dakan. It has been blood into law as of an hour, says the female marshal. Good day, my sacred one, says the male marshal before both teleport. Komel gathers her eye but can't make out the page. The sharing of art, recipe and open door cultures are here, but Dakan looks with a worry eye down the scroll. He reads out loud, at sunrise on the first day of the Ari week until sunrise of the fourth, members of Alawa's Way shall have exclusive privileges of fishing in the northwest and eastern plots of Diha River. Day puts down the scroll and says, they will never have for this, he says. Komel grabs the charter out of Dakan's hand. The plot charter is to be enforced several moons from today, she reads. Do the council intend war with Alawa, she asks. Dakan looks up at the charter building in sight and see a councilwoman named Dessa leaving with her marshal. We must seek definition, says Dakan before pulling his wife's hand to teleport. Dessa was outspoken Night Council member with a calm demeanor. She was a paradox. Ms. Council, says Dakan. The draw of my luck to see you, Mr. Ion Lume, she says. Dessa removes the veil over her face that matches the black netted dress with roses colored throughout. I was mistaken to be present at the decision-making of this new charter's language, said Dakan. Dessa holds her rose pouch with both hands at her center. She notes the scroll in Dakan's hand with her eyes and then his face before speaking. Your words were held in high regard in the writing of this charter, Mr. Ion Lume, says Dessa. I see no words of my husband's will, my lady, says Komel. Dessa makes no mention of Komel from her eyes when says stronger opinions in the room wants the situation to remain unchanged. Dakan Biaz looks off into the void and utters one name, Brill, he says. Before walking off, Dessa says you should come to bear with your charter, rescripts are rare. Dessa pulls down her veil and walks off with her marshal. I no longer have mood for the night, my love, I must retract and reflect, says Dakan, pocketing the charter. Honor cheapens from a lack of face-to-face, she says. Hours further into the night. In Dakan's chambers while in bed, the religious leader has a struggle of rest. Sheets pull and push, themes of luxury and drapes of silk and wool pillows. Komel wakes next to her husband in a slight sweat. Komel turns and places her hands on Dakan's shoulders to stop him from turning like whales in a net. What is it, my love, she says. The shears are with me, says Dakan. A scare, in you? The tells of the day are catching up with you, are they, ask Komel. Komel rubs Dakan's arm as he sits up in bed. Visions of war and lives lost, my dear, it stains in me, says Dakan. I'm at ease as I trust you will know what to do, my love, says Komel. My shears are that I don't know how to continue, says. Could you imagine a fleet of marshals entering the village, with instructions of evil, says Dakan, staring into the void. I dare not think our people are capable of this, she says. Do you remember the story the chef went on about with the Adisna, asked Dakan. How they were once in unity, she says. And in disagreement they were at lost with the humanity of one another, says Dakan. These aren't they days of primitive minds, the fever for blood is gone, my love, says Komel. The Night Council flexed its might tonight. I'm afraid when Alawa returns the favor the elves of earlier days will return, he says. Komel leans in and kisses Dakan before leaving bed. My shears have chased you out of bed, say Dakan. All in make-believe, says Komel before reaching from behind a shelf. I thought to hold this from you until your creation mark next week, but the time calls for it now, she says. Comel pulls out a kodros wrapped in a purple string attached to a flower. Comel, you promised no more pots of tea this realm, says Deconbias. In her white night cloth for sleep, Comel walks slowly while focusing on the kodros not to drop it. Cease your tongue and not your eyes, it's a sleep bell, she says. A metal plate platform balances the bell while resting on the bed. This do not serve me to be a bell, says Decon. Hold this, she says, handing Decon a cloth pin. Is this a bell? Veiled as not, he says. Comel smirks a bit before pulling the pin rod atop. With no candles and only moonlight above. The inscription on the dome vaguely lights up the room. The pins in both their hands glow whitish blue as well as the dome. I think this one is broken, he says. I can't hear it, he continues. I am told the cloth pins block the sound of the bell from the holder. Deconbias sits the pin by his nightstand and a pleasure of the soul fills his ears. The sound of the bell can almost be seen in vision as the husband and father drifts his eyes ever so slowly. Deconbias lets out a phrase before settling into his pillow. It sounds like a god singing interpersonally, he says. Comel sets her dial to test the claim of 8 hours and surrenders her pin to her nightstand. The mother and wife eases into her sheets and slip away into rest. Chapter 3, Midtown. East Gate was a marvelous gate compared to her sister Northwestern Gate. East Gate, located near Midtown, keep up its appearance while Northwestern Gate keep up its strength. The Northwestern Gate was guarded by forest terrain and mud, making it hard to upkeep. East Gate was surrounded by clear skies to its front and mountain and hills to its side, while forest linger in the back. Brill stands at the ledge to the top of the gate overlooking Deha River overside. Trees from a storm last month carried up river and logged themselves into the gate's gear. Brill looks over the ledge at the engineers and day laborers clear the gear shaft of tree branch. Marshal boats both inside and outside the gate block traffic of boats as the men work to clearing the gate. Deconbias approaches the ledge balcony where Brill stands from the street. Brill only notices Decon from his marshal lessee speaking while his back is turned. Dawning of day, says lessee to Day as he approaches. Dawning of day, lessee, says Day. Mr. Ion Lu Mei, says Brill as he turns towards the city. Are you free to speak, asks Decon. Undoubtedly, says Brill before returning to look at the river. Decon approaches the ledge to see the engineer boats at work. Just overseeing the fine work our skilled minds do to ensure our safety, says Brill, lending his arms down as he gazes at the work. They are a peaceful night's sleep, says Decon, lending right next to Brill with his copy of the charter in hand. Brill notices the scroll and asks, so how was the read? I imagine to your liking, says Brill, looking at Decon. It pains me to say, but no, Mr. Councilman, says Decon. Why not, ask Brill. I struck unification with the chefs there. You're not the only at odds with others, says Decon. I presume what you think I don't know. I know they seethe with malice towards us, says Brill. The language was fair in my letter, says Decon. Tensions between both men start to build and they begin to talk over each other. Simultaneously speaking. Brill, do not taunt me with virtues of fair. I'd keep all same if left to me. Where do your allegiance lie? With the civilized or the backward-boned sword fools of the forest? Decon, 3 days without would starve thousands. We're not anchored by one source of enrichment. Why do you seek to punish them? Is it your mind that's mad here? I've been nothing but cordial with you, yet you offend me purposely. Decon leads the argument out of over-talking. You led me to a falsehood that my worries would be addressed, yet thin me out the room like a spirit of a deceased, says Decon. The church is not of charter to speak for Air City. The Night Council does not owe you privileges, Mr. Ion Lu Mei, says Brill in anger. Brill waves off lessee, who sensed the conversation turning aggressive. Why do I feel I'm the only one who wants to keep peace between all innings, says Decon. Deconbias, the Night Council has overseen peace for 1,000 years, says Brill. Those before that are the same as now, says the religious leader. Do you know why the Aloha part ways with your kin, Mr. Ion Lu Mei, asked Brill. Philosophical differences, says Deconbias. Brill hangs his head for a moment before speaking. Aloha is the bloodline of a woman who disregarded the leadership of Ferb and died, says Brill. Day Khan looks to Brill. You believe I'm Alawa at this moment. Brill looks to the river and says, I believe you should join me. Join you? Asked Day Khan. A close friend advised that I see the Alawas for myself. I believe this is the perfect time to inform those of the southern forest of the new chapter, says Brill. Are you prepared for them not to accept? Asked Day Khan. If they are more than what you accuse me to think of them, conflict with not come to pass, says Brill. Don't forget to bring your charter with you, my sacred one, says Brill before returning to the site of the engineers. Down by the gate a bouquet of branches and leaves empty out of the gears down the river and pass fish boats shouldered by marshals. Brill throws up his hands in cheer towards the success of the day labors. Day Khan takes this as an ending of the conversation. Brill says port house in 3 days. Good day, lessee, says Day before returning back to the streets. At day's end that day, the doors to Half Moon stays open when service is in session. The mass hall area was a wide room with chair sections grouped together by a fountain in the middle of each section. When in session, groups of people sit by their respective fountains and drink from the fountain as members of the church walk by. The members wave tree branches like sticks with sonara vines wrapped around them. The practice of waving the sonara while people drink symbolizes Alya watching over the people of Aang as they drink in from her spirit. Traditionally, it is said by the elders of old that this ensures the way of the soul to eternity rock safely. Each group are to drink a full cup before exiting the church. A member from the Ion Lu may usually sing softly in spirit language as this process takes place. Alair and his family takes their seat in their section of mass. Alair takes Wana's wool off her before she takes seat. It is refreshing to be this far in town without labor needy, says Wana. A day from the shop does feels different, says Alair. Before Naka could sit, singing comes from the middle of the room. Soft but audible. Alair's family looks with curiosity. Alair notes to himself they are the only ones in the room to do so. Alair, embarrassed not be seen as a newcomer, turns his family back to their fountain. Everyone else have seen this before, let's take seat, Naka. It's Kovel, says Naka before her father could guide her to her chair. Just then Alair turns to see the same man from the shop in a purple velvet robe. More dashing than his suit from previous, he sings while waving his sonara stick. The song he sings in spirit language and its translation as follows. Spirit language. Lay fi on nor teach ba. Fidine. Lh Mathros. Teachwachlin. Vaborinda. Do. Apakiralu. Rakah. Kulh Kal. Paustuva. Tujihwh Kir. Saline. Lisfa. Iraklasu. Jukel Bolok. Tifelhme. Emakube. Lahavor. Vel Lada Sh. Bin Nor. Mortal language. The thought. The blood. The shadow. The courage. The heart. The spirit. The eyes. The hair. The strength. I love you. Half-Past Moon Church wrote into song what the elders of past sang. The elders never knew the language to be of the names of the Creator's children in spirit language. The elders assumed the song to be a love story. A story where Alya describes everything about her children and tells them she loves them. Kovel sings this with a look in his eyes of admiration for the words that leaves his lips. I never took Kovel for a godly voice, says Wana. Alair sits down after thinking of the lyrics. I don't remember much from Trails of Spirit language, but I do remember I love you being something of the last lyrics in his song, says Alair. An older man enters the section of the room with a marshal at his side. Wana looks to see a knight councilman with a long beard. Dawning of night, my good sir, she says. As are to you, my lady, I am Councilman Brill, he says. Brill removes his cloak, displaying a wool royal black suit with the eye of the forest symbol engraved in gold on his sleeves. My honor to meet you, Naka, he says. After Naka tells her name. Alair shakes his hand. We aren't from this neighborly way. I'm Alair, he says. Wana. Says Wana. I do joy at all who choose to pay respect to our Creator, says Brill. Will I be disturbing the harmony of this gathering, asked Brill. Not one bit, says Alaire. Brill takes his seat next to Alaire as the members of the church arrange cups and the fountain pours onto itself. Is it water, asked Naka. It is tea, water brew with leaves sang to it while picked, I believed, says Brill. Singing to leaves, what for, asked Naka. Brill leans in to fill his cup. The woman from a while back who answered the doors waves a sonara stick over their section. Kovel still sings softly as Brill talks. The love of the gods is sung into the leaves as they rest in the water. This allows our souls to feel the presence of our Creator as we drink, says Brill. Wana hands Naka her cup. I once knew this, but it's been an age since I heard this spoken, she says. Alaire looks at Brill's dial. The cloak he wore enriched with discipline from the designer and divinely made. Alaire was taken back by how well Brill dressed compared to his own attire. Alaire did his best to look presentable outside his shop. He knew he has to look the part when going into Midtown. You are made not to forget such things, says Alaire to Brill. I must keep in spirit while overseeing our great city, says Brill. You are a part of the Night Council, says Wana. This would be true, says Brill, and this is my good Sir Lessie, says Brill, pointing to his marshal who stood quietly at the exit of the section. Naka waves and Lessie without word waves back. He sings so beautifully, says Wana. Brill looks to see Kovel singing away. Yes, the Ion Lumaths have kin of nighty beauty in their voice, he says. We sold to him in our shop, says Naka. Shop, you say, says Brill before having a drink. I have a dial shop, says Alaire. Brill pulls out a silver golden dial. I have help with such things. Did you sell this one, he asked. Before Alaire could answer, Naka weighed in. Father's isn't worth to make those, she says. Steady, Naka, says Alaire. Alaire turns back to Brill and says, bells fly off my shelves more than timekeepers. Brill lights up with curiosity on his face. Brill's posture once at the front of the room turns to Alaire. You're the magician of sleep I've heard tells about, says Brill. Thank you, says Alaire. I'd thank you, but I have no hands around one of those songs of slumber myself, says Brill. I can make one if you wish, says Alaire. Splendid, will make well with tin before the next upcoming of Mays, says Brill. After finishing their drink, Wana wished to thank Kovel for the invite and security. Alaire shakes Brill's hand before leaving the room. I do appreciate the sales, Mr. Councilman, says Alaire. Lessie moves from the exit to allow Alaire and his family to leave. Kovel has finished shortly before. In the back of Mass Hall stood a statue of Alya's eye. The Ion Lume family stood next to it in robe. The foundation the statue sat on was well lit with candles. The Ion Lumes did as the eye did and watched the room. Kovel returns to the formation in front of the statue with his siblings after singing. His older brother Delvor compliments his singing. You improved your notes in tenor since last week, I'm impressed. Delvor says this while still looking at the floor. Kovel looks to Delvor. Thanks, brother, he says. As they stand taking in the crowd, Alaire and his family walks down the aisle towards the statue. Naka lights up when she sees Kovel. 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 She says, breaking from her mother's hand. Naka rushes Kovel's leg to hug him. Naka. Kovel says in a joyful gut laugh. Naka looks up to Kovel as her parents approach. So you can dress and sing, says Alaire. It's a calling of the family, but something I lead with, Kovel responds. We wish to thank you for the marshal near our shop, says Wana while Kovel and Alaire shake hands. It is my pleasure to provide reassurance, my lady, he says. Your voice is melody, says Naka looking up to Kovel like a shooting star in the night. Day Kanbi walks by his children with a tray of unlit candles. Father. Says Kovel, breaking his attention from Naka. Day Kanbi almost didn't hear his son before stopping. Day Kanbi wore a thicker, darker purple robe than his sons. Who do we have the pleasure of meeting here, says Day Kanbi, assuming correctly an introduction to new members. This is Alaire and his family, Naka and Wana, says Kovel. Day Kanbi gives a wise and distinguished smile to all three new members. I would bear a hug or handshake if hands were open to it, says Day Kanbi, looking at the candles momentarily. Your consideration of time spared is a handshake in my book, says Alaire. Both men bow, though De Conby is not as much to keep balance with the candles. This is the making of the co-dross from mother, says Covel. De Conby is smiles, turns to sincere kindness. You are the magician of wonder, asked De Conby is. A flattered Allaire maintains a steady face, yet bashful and slight embarrassed. I'm no magician, he says. De Conby is looks briefly for a resting place for the candles. His behavior suggests the sparing of more time than intended. I woke with the will and health of 5 men, says De Conby is. It is my very of my husband's creation, says Wana. You make other gifts of magic, asked De Conby is. Yes, I can say I do, as I would restate my items are not of magic in the current usage of words, says Allaire, starting to feel nervous. De Conby is walks closer in curiosity. What else do you indulge in, he asked. Before Allaire could speak, Wana says we mark it in the cell of dials. How fascinating, says De Conby is. I have a cah who woves as such in his downtime, as of thought. I like you to meet him, says De Conby is. Allaire fails to tell De Conby is a meeting of another isn't necessary. As of the moment, a man in a black top and bottom suit with grey lining sewed throughout like a feather turns his back towards the statue. Galthin, says De Conby is, tapping the shoulder of the man. Galthin turns from his section, water in hand. Yes, Mr. Ian Lume, says the man with gentleness. De Conby is points to Allaire while saying this at the maker of the bell. Galthin lowers his drink in an expression of gradual sincerity. We finally meet, says Galthin in a soft but serious voice. We sailed the stars earlier about a coy dross for the church, says De Con. I don't follow, says Allaire, staring confused. The sensation of your bell throughout Air City gave me the thought, before Galthin could continue. Allaire says I'm not familiar to you, where are my ethics? I'm the labor chef of Rothru, the largest factory in Air City, he says. Covel weighs in, he is the one who made my dial, he says. Galthin pays little attention to Covel's dial. Allaire felt small to this. The dial was made of gold, which was too expensive for Allaire to obtain. The engravings were smothered than those of his shop. The precision from Allaire's memory seemed too accurate for a hand to intell. The production had to been of the finest machinery Air City could offer. Great thought went into Allaire's observations of the dial, yet Galthin didn't allow himself such an afterthought of his own creation. A spare of the moment gift, yes, as I was saying, Galthin continues. The vision of one of your bells as synonymous with the church would be grand, a bell up high for all to see, says Galthin. That would be different, says Naka. With all my material of couldn't create half of that, says Allaire. While I'm not aware of your backing, I'm sure you couldn't, Rothruken, says Galthin, drinking his water while looking at Allaire. De Conby is breaks the stare match by saying, I've been said to wish upon others my plight, so forgive if it seems but a rush of thought. I just care heavenly about what your bell can achieve, says De Conby is. I'm still in suspense of all of this. I never gave ponder to the celebration of my bell, says Allaire. Wana looks to Allaire, says if this is overwhelming we should return to the shop. Before Allaire could speak, Galthin say an offering of 700 tins would suffice? He asked. Allaire searches his eyes while thinking. A moment of silence ensues. While Wana says his name, Allaire says we have an accord. Galthin and Allaire shakes hands at the joy of De Conby is. Wana seems to be the only one unpleasant to the news. I imagine you both working out the skeleton of this beauty while I'm away, says De Con of. Course indeed, says Galthin. We should relieve the marshal, says Wana. Allaire agrees and ends the conversation. I will be in reach soon, says Galthin. A couple of hours later that night. Allaire sits on the edge of his shop watching the night awake. The marshal that stood guard his shop walks in the distance towards Midtown away from his shop. The smoke from his pipe carries on his celebration through the wind of the night. Wana tied of her wool robe snug as the draft comes in. She walks behind her husband as he sit and smokes. Naka dreams of Midtown, no co-dross needed, says Wana. Wana stands as Allaire talks. When they knew who I was. The look on their faces could be seen from Tempe, says Allaire. Wana walks closer. Greed glares bright at times, she says. Why greed, says Allaire, turning around while still seated. The functions of men in their regard is the stretching of thread as their pockets break. The Ironlumes are decent people, says Allaire. Good will misguided can make for many things, One says. I do not see a corner of faith from my wife, Allaire says. I'm in love with a moral man. Tell him I said hi, says Wana, walking away. Before Wana could disappear behind the attic door, Allaire say her name. Allaire says his wife's name. She stops and looks at her husband as her hair runs with the wind. Yes, my love, she says. Do you still choose to see the world with me, he asks. She pulls back a lock from her face and says, I still. Allaire wasn't sure if she meant her words as she disappeared. Chapter 4, Two Worlds Meet. On the banks of Dihar River northwestern of Air City, the trees were many in audience. A martial ship eases down the river at noon. The ship gray with chrome silver trend lining the outer shape. The ship, while not as big as Half Moon's aristocratic sailor, was hardened by its crew. Sailors of old and marshals were reason enough pirates stay clear. The occupants also included 2 Night Council men along with Day Khan Biz and his son, Delvor. At the edge of the pier in front of the boat, Day Khan Biz and his son, both in all white robes, watch the river from up high. Brill approaches Day Khan Biz with an unfamiliar member of Night Council named Skirus. Skirus had a prejudice of emotion that matched his face. His stubborn made Brill seem reasonable. Skirus wore a black sleeve that covered his entire arm. It hides his left arm that was crushed by a press. A healer did what they could to save it. A steel rod held his arm together. All the accident seemed to do was boost his judgment. I would like to introduce you to Councilman Skirus, says Brill to Day Khan. Day Khan unintentionally make aware his thoughts to shake the uninjured arm. Nice to share with you this voyage, Mr. Councilman, says Day. Skirus wastes no time, giving no one a reason to feel sorry for him. You're the one from the briefing, fill with cheer for the tree sleepers, he says while showing an unsettling smile. I would not speak of Alawa as, before Day Khan could continue, Skirus interrupts. With joy. The shape and care of his dentures made everyone near wish him to stay with frown. It is you, yes, he says. And now you come to relay sadness to those you call friend, he says before lightly chuckling. An innate reaction from Delvor arises as a son feels his father's honor is tested. Off with grin, sir, he says, stepping slightly forward his father. Delvor creates a barrier between the 2 men, causing Brill to act. Brill stands sideways between both men. He nervously smiles while saying, there now, let's save some spirit for our kin down the river. I wouldn't exactly call those numbnuts kin, says Skirus before removing Brill's hand and walking away. Our Massey, ship captain, tells me we are approaching Alawa's way from the left, says a marshal walking up to Brill passing Skirus. After 5 minutes of waiting, the boat docks at a ravine where 2 men stood on shore. Both men wore gray and black fur undergarments and shoulder pads with long sharp bone spears. The boat slows itself in the mud. The Massey tells them to take the cargo boat to shore as not to get stuck in the mud. Brill makes sure the boat could fit 4 marshals with them, as one for each person traveling through the forest. 8 men walk up the shore towards the fur men. I am Brill of the Night Council and you are, says Brill with a friendly smile. The first man looks defiantly with mud on his face at all in front of him. Once he laid eyes on Day Khan as he relaxes. Half Moon. How have the days served you since last greeting, says the man. Brill inhales while taking in not being acknowledged by somebody he seems lesser than. Day Khan responds. My days are watched over by joy from above, he says back to the man. Skirus walks up while saying. A leader of charter speaks to you, not the wind, says Skirus. The second man, fur man, raises his bone spear towards Skirus' throat instantly. All marshals pull their swords. Blades of steel reflect the sunlight as they point to the men in fur. The moment feels as if time stops. The first man of fur says, I'm Prine of Alawa and this is Quay. He doesn't take too well with the treetops, says Prine. One of the marshals speak. Withdraw from the councilman, sir, he says. Brill lowers one of his marshal's blades. The air must fill with rage. We have better things to discuss. Lower your weapons, he says. The marshals look confused at each other. Prine looks to Quay and nods. Quay removes his spear, which relaxes the marshals. Now you, come on, says Brill to his marshals. All four slowly retract their sword back into their leather holsters. Skirus whips his neck while not changing his facial expression. Brill walks by him and lowers his voice as if his next words were meant for only Skirus's ears. At bay with yourself, he says before passing Skirus. We are to re-examine the words of my dear friend's agreement with your chief, says Brill. Prine steps to the side and points down the mud road that extends into the forest. Nemji dwells at treetops with swords. Brill wish not to leave the sight of my marshals. Prine says if so, do not delight in surprise that my kin reacts the same once in the village. Brill looks both spearmen in their faces before looking back and signaling his men to walk with him. Shall you lead, asks Brill. Prine signals Quay, who relaxes his spear to his side. Prine walks in front while Quay walks in very back of all 8 men. Skirus asks his marshal what a treetop was. Before the marshals could answer, Delver says, it's Alawa's way of calling people of Air City scared of the forest. That we would rather be in the sky than in the trees, treetops. Skirus looks with displeasure and quiets. After walking for 10 minutes they make it to an underground civil of mud huts visible from the ground. Skirus says who's intimidated to be on the ground again. Quay looks to him and responds. Alawas are of the ground, we walk on and embrace it. Deep in the soil, he says. Brill looks in a momentary amazement. A big canoe of dirt bridges connecting to mud huts with gold roofs and gutter systems bleeding elsewhere to protect from rain. Hundreds of people moving about in glee. Children playing and parents watching while others carry fruits and sticks. None in shoe but all in fur. Prine removes the bead gate to the bridge down. Welcome to Alawa's way, he says. Awkwardly most take the bridge that descends down towards the massive dirt plot city. The bridge made of bamboo wood and strung together with mud and rope sways slightly as Brill and his crew walk it. Their weight shifts the bridge's position a couple inches in each direction. Day Conby is and Delver seems to be the only ones comfortable with this. Skirus balances himself with both hands gripping the left and right rails of the bridge. I would venture this a hammock, not a bridge, he says. The marshals with their swords in front and in constant focus. They worry even with double the leather at the tip of their holsters they could cut the bridge by being there. One marshal fights with gripping the rail and holding his sword. Quay looks in a stern earnest joy and says, you were told to leave those. The marshal replies, how are your spears any different? Quay points up and says the kill point of my weapon points at the heavens, not my feet, he says. After what feels like an age they manage to make it to the platform. Now in the radar of most they walk the beginning of Alawa's way towards its people. Warriors stand guard in front of their family's bone sword. Dagger or spear looking at their counterparts in confusion. One warrior steps in Prine's path. You bring death to your people, he asks. Prine stops and says they insist with their swords as they do not trust as well as you. My measurement says this would not end well with so few if they intended death, he says. At this moment Brill and Skirus along with the marshals gaze to see plentiful of men and women with sharp weapons. Brill thinks to himself shock of what he expected. He knew he was walking into what he perceived to be enemy territory. But the sight still shocks him. At that very moment a little girl breaks from behind her father's legs. Delver, she says, her father reaching down to catch her, but she's too far by then. Delvor kneels to embrace her. Fell, he says. They hug while Delvor's marshal steps back, not sure what to make of it. Delvor, I knew you missed us, she says. Delvor looks at her, forgetting the tensed moment created by his government's presence. I couldn't stay away for too long, he says. Prine speaks. The treetops wish to speak with Nemji and I imagine in private, he says. The next Alawa to speak is evident to have rank and heavy sway with her people. As she speaks all quiet and warriors bow their head. A woman draped in thin grayish cloth of wool and a crown of leaves steps forward. I'd had a feeling you would be back with new friends to Lengerit, she says. Day Conby is knew who she was talking to. Nemji. Day Khan says as he kneels. Brill, feeling he has met the government of Alawa's way, introduces himself. I am Brill of the Night Council. This is Skirus, my fellow councilman, he say, pointing to Skirus. Nemji looks from her peripheral, uninterested in Skirus. As she could read his hate like a book with more picture than word. As my brother mentioned, we shall sail the stars of great many in private, she says, looking at Brill. Brill slightly kneels and just smile. Nemji YH asserts her authority by pointing to Day Khan B is and Brill as those who she seeks to talk to. You and my good friend I shall speak with. Day Khan walks up gladly while Brill awkwardly puts up a finger wanting to weigh in on the speaking terms. Nemji looks back at Brill after looking at Day Khan. My lady, he says before corrected. Prine speaks for his sister. It's alone, not my lady, she says. Brill corrects himself after thanking Prine. My alo, I truly respect your royalty, but I have to intrude a bit, he says. Nemji toys in interest. Nemji says. Is this so? Intrude away. As you are the authority of your house, Skirus, and I are the authority of ours. Not our religious friend here, he says. Quay speaks. Alo is the arbiter of discussion, he says. Nemji shocks all who cedes to her. The councilman is correct, she says, which tightens the jaw of many of her warriors. The unspoken word in the air is that as much as Skirus hated the Alawas, they hated him. All could read his face, he didn't wish to be there, and they share his feeling. I'm sure your warriors are not to leave your sight, she says to Brill. Brill swirls his tongue around in his mouth, taking joy in the leader's undermining of her own while agreeing with her. Yes, my alo, they would not. It is fair and such. You and yours as I and my best shall depart from my temple to speak, says Nemjim. A marshal breaks with Air City transition and speaks. What is to make of us, he says. Nemji says you are to remain until we finish. For the safety of my kin, stay where you are, she says. The warriors of Alawa's way, now feeling emboldened, step slightly forward. The marshal looks to his leader in Brill and Skirus and nods in agreement. The marshal steps back. As you wish, he says. The temple they spoken in was a circular room with a window that wrapped around the wall. The room was tall and you could see the gold of the mud hut roofs below through the window wall. In the middle sat a stone table and chairs. Alawa's way warriors stood next to Nemji and marshals stood next to Brill and Skirus as they sat. Though the weather was fall, the mud hut trapped the heat of the sun while Brill's leather baked. While I don't mean to insult your intelligence, I must ask. Do you scholar in literature, ask Brill. Jiwechen wichota, bel clurmses, says Gemji. This translate to the tales of old are not just spoken. My apologies, says Brill, as he is also well read in spirit language. My kind-hearted but misguided friend of Half Moon spoke uninformed of Ercity's plot of the Dihar River. Says Brill, revealing the scroll from his pouch. The scroll says Charter 14 in old scroll paper. Nemji ganthers at the scroll. Brill pulls out the new Charter 522 while saying, My council and I did our best in good faith to honor yours with Half Moon, but within what we're able to by charter, he says. Nemji looks at both charters before saying, how is one to tell of recipe with no food, she says. But you are, he says. I'm sure there's more than one way to cook a fish, says Brill, laughing slightly while looking at Nemji's warriors. The men do not share his humor. My people eat more than 3 days a week, Mr. Councilman, she says. Air City cannot feed itself with half a river, says Brill as his smile leaves. Brill's insecurity leaves him and is replaced with dominance. You are well versed in the story of Alawa's way, I take it, Mr. Councilman, asked Nemji. As always, says Brill. Nemji gives back his scrolls while asking. What does the morals of her life mean to you? Brill mows over the question in his mind. Skirus answers in his raspy voice. It's about a traitor who ignore her own kind, he says. Previous tension starts to build. The grand eloquence and femininity of Nemji allows her to breathe in and calm herself to the scurry armed fellow. Something she could also tell her warriors didn't take to kind of hearing themselves. Brill, though not thrilled of his partner's interruptions, agrees innately to his wording. What other way would it be perceived, asked Brill. One could see even in death a woman who chose her own path and not that of someone who hungered for power, says Nemji. Or safety, says Brill. Nemji leans into the table. I believe hers is safe, she says. So is Ferb's, says Brill, referring to the past. The charter is final and will be established in soon, says Brill while looking over his scrolling frustration before rolling them up. Charters have no authority over my people, only kindness towards each other, she says. Skira speaks while slapping the table. This was all for show then, he says. Nemji now breaks from her calmness. Damaging my table will not get me to listen, Treetop. Skira stands up and says with deep conviction, call me this once more. As Nemji stands to complete Skira's challenge, Brill says enough, we're leaving. The marshals take their chairs as both councilmen step away from the table. As they exit the room, Brill says silently to Skirus, you were correct. The barbarist know nothing of decorum. As Brill makes it back to the front of the in-ground village, Day Khan asks, are we in harmony? Brill looks high with pride. We will be in soon when the charter sticks. I did not mean for this, says Day Khan as he drops his head in dread. The little girl looks at Delvor. Are you leaving now, she asks. Looks like, says Delvor before hugging the little girl and her mother. As all walk back up the bamboo bridge, Day Khan speaks briefly with Nemji along with his marshal. Your government is not as heartfelt as you are, she says. I do apologize, he says as he hugs her. I will keep in touch and do what I can to keep this from taking effect, says Day Khan. Immediately Day Khan looks up to hear from Brill halfway up the bridge, are you coming or staying? At that moment Brill walks with his marshal to the bridge. Later on they reach their cargo boat and make for their ship to leave. Hours later. As the marshal's ship makes its way through the drawbridge wall, Day Khan talks with his son in their chambers underneath the deck. I knew the moment he arrived the void of this voyage would grow, says Delvor referring to Skirus. Delvor lays on his bed, feet crossed with his arms behind his head, staring at the wall dial. Day Khan sits at his desk with his eye to the wording of the charter. I don't too much care for him either, says Day Khan is. Before Delvor could speak, the door flies open to an angry Brill. You wish to deal in opposition of your government once more, yells Brill. Day Khan looks up in confusion. I'm sorry, he says. Brill walks in. I'll do what I can to keep this charter from taking effect, he yells. Day Khan looks back at the doorway to see his marshal, who looks down in shame. I've been more than I wish to be with you about your subordination, says Brill, walking slowly back and forth. Day Khan puts his hands up while trying to calm Brill. Brill, he says, but the councilman does not hear him. Insulted for my heritage, and still I try to be above the dirt with the like of the boneheads, he says. Delvor sits up to defend his father. We would have lighter moods have you not brought along the tobacco eater, he says. Brill turns back to look at Delvor. Know your place, boy, he says in conviction. Day Khan stands from his seat. You will not speak to my son in ill manner, he says, finally angry. You will not undermine my authority, says Brill. Your authority? Yells Day Khan, we are not a monarchy like other tribes. Go to Ramallah for worship, he continues. You are not a king, Brill, says Day Khan is. Brill gets into Day Khan's face. But a theocracy will do you, is that right, he yells back. Brill walks over to pick up the charter Day was examining. Where was this fire when we were in front of the Alawas? Day Khan asked, not caring for the answer. Before stuffing the charter in his pocket, Brill musters up out of anger. I was trying to defuse things, you fool. Day Khan walks to the door as Brill walks out. Yet we return with animosity between two different kins. For the 1000th time they are not kin, says Brill. The excitement alerts the Massey from above, who walks down towards both men in the hall of the ship quarters. Is everything all right? asked the Massey. Splendid, I was just leaving, says Brill. As I said, Brill. Before both men could part ways, Brill asked the Massey while looking at Day Khan, is Mr. Lumbe, he asked. Yes, Mr. Councilman. When we finish docking, take a marshal with you and anchor the Half Moon ship with a porthouse lock, says Brill. Under what grounds? asked the Massey. Day Khan looks in betrayal. Under Charter 45, impersonation of a government ship, says Brill. Delvor comes in the doorway. You know this to be a lie. How dare you, he says. Brill chuckles a bit and says. Gloves off, Mr. Ian Lume. Be grateful you're not in chains, says Brill. Before walking to the deck, Day slams his door as the civility between him and the councilman ends. Chapter 5, Whose Bell Is This? Once Day Khan and Delvor are in sight of Half Moon Pass Church from on road, the previous engagement whipped clean from their minds. Labours from Rothru factory are cleaning off a freshly constructed Kodros bell with the engraving of Alia's eye in the middle. Kirwai and Day Khan's daughter Talia are conversing on the road near the church as some labourers pick up wood and metal shavings about the building. Galthin walks out the double doors to greet Day Khan is. The bell sat at the top of the tallest chimney of the church invaded in the building's exterior. Completely visible, the bell was an oval giant piece of metal hollowed out on the inside. The engraving of the sleep spell written on the inside. The bell attached to a robe at the top as it dangles. The sunlight shines as ongoers stop and look for a second. She's a beauty, isn't she, says Gal Thin with his arms wide. Day Khan doesn't pay attention to the ladies at the door taking his belongs along with Delvor's. It's even more wonderful than I've hoped, said Day Khan. The style of fall strikes me, says Kirwai. Still in thought, Day Khan says yes it does. He whips out of thought with an idea. Miss Councilwoman, may I have a word? Gal Thin feels unnoticed when he steps to the road to meet Day. The religious leader and the councilwoman walks off to the side as he approaches. Kirwai's marshal walks their way. Knowing now that marshals hold water, Day speaks shortly. I need a confrontation in record briefing, he asks. Kirwai is confused and asks why. With his eyes somewhat on the councilwoman but also on the marshal heading their way, Day Khan is times the conversation. I've been anchored, Ms. Councilwoman, he says. Kirwai knows Brill and Day Khan have been clashing as of late and figures their fuel is behind the anchoring of his ship. She looks with sigh in her face. Confrontations of record are allowed if one of the council rules. Is this the making of your voyage, she asks. I've always took you for a smart woman, says Day Khan. Kirwai is not amused by his flattering. The marshal is almost in earshot. Kirwai is not aware of Day Khan's plan to keep their conversation secret. Of course, stop by my chambers tonight, she says. Is everything all right, my lady, asked the marshal woman approaching. Kirwai looks behind her and remembers where she stood. I'm sorry, yes, things are, she says. Very well, says the marshal. Kirwai bows to Day Khan before leaving with her marshal. As Day Khan makes it back, he see Gal Thin. When you say as fast as gods, I thought you for a jokester, says Day Khan as he hugs Girl Thin. Any opportunity to impress I'll take, says Gal Thin, smiling. After hugging, Day Khan looks up and asks, have you rang it yet? Gal Thin looks up in his tigar-like strap across his shirt. Only in the factory, he says. We plan on its first church ring in 2 days, says Gal Thin. Day Khan looks with shuffle in his face. Well, not now, he says. Gal Thin relaxes his voice while waving away the when with no concern. Just some minor inconsistencies with the engraving of the cloth pens. Nothing a couple of days won't sort out at the factory, he says. Shall we appreciate from the bell attic, asks Gal Thin. Day Khan's face lights up as he grabs Gal Thin's face by his cheeks. We haven't bell attic. The words bell attic fills his heart. In his eyes he conceptualizes the term. Gal Thin at first shocked laughs. We know, good sir, you have a bell attic. Take me to it, says Day Khan. As they walk up the steps, Mel step out. My love, Delvor said to speak with you of the trip. Day Khan wraps his shoulder around Mel's neck, taking her with him and Gal Thin to the bell attic. Have you seen the bell attic, my love, he says as they move. Still in question mode, Mel is conflicted on the switching of subjects and answers the question with no confidence in her voice. Just wants to feed the labor's wage, says before pointing from where she came. They greet laborers packing up in the mess halls and hallways. At this moment it was obvious to Mel that Day Khan was ignoring her question. Steps that once led to a roof for removing of leaves now led to a tall room at the very top where the bell was housed. As they step in the top platform, 3 laborers used rags to finish cleaning off the bell. A long room where the roof used to be led to the open housing of the bell. You could feed birds from here, Or there, he says as he points from different places in the bell room. Kier Y looks behind her and remembers where she stood. I'm sorry, yes, things are, she says. Very well, says the marshal. They stop short of the bell shaft cliff. This used to be where the chimney stood. How will we heat in the winter, asked Day-Con. Galfin looks down the shaft and says. On the main floor, each quarter room including the trail rooms are fitted with small fireplaces and a mini chimney to the outside. It will feel as if your large chimney is still here, he says. Ko-Mel lends again the railing to the roof and says, why worry in your behavior, my love? Gal-Thin could sense Ko-Mel's mood since the bottom of the steps. I remembered we have other affairs to attend to, he says as he signals the laborers to leave with him. Before taking to the steps, Day-Con tells him to show up for maid in 2 days for the bell ringing with the pins. As Day-Con turns back, he sees Ko-Mel unmoved. Delvor told me to ask and I did. What was the making of the voyage, she asked. Do you remember when we discussed the nature of the worst, that you believe we didn't have it in us, asked Davy is. Yes, says a now curious Ko-Mel. Day-Con walks towards her. In every breath of the word, I was right, we have it and more. The insults and behavior of our PPL towards the Alawas were awful, he says. Ko-Mel looks up now, eager in emotion. But what will this do to them come a months away, she asks. I don't know, says Say-Con in defeat. He walks to look over the church at Ing City. Ko-Mel turns to him and grabs his hand intimately. Is there a way to stop this, she asks. I have to believe there is, he says while touching his wife's hand. I couldn't image being Nemji right now, knowing my own flesh and blood wanting me to starve. She must be scared, says Ko-Mel. I'd assure her I would help, though I didn't help myself in the process, says Day-Con. Ko-Mel looks at the bell while thinking. Why is that, she asks. With his arm folded and hand at his chin, Day-Con looks back to his wife, knowing her reaction to his words. A marshal overheard us talking and told Brill. When we docked, he anchored the ship on grounds of impersonation, he says. Day-Con is anchored, says Ko-Mel as she moves from the rail. I was upset to, says Day-Con. Ko-Mel stand back flabbergasted. You don't seem in works of anger to me, she says. I'm addressing it tonight in a confrontation of records, says Day-Con is. Ko-Mel picks up her dress with both hands to move closer to her husband. And if this does not work, how will we help Nemji? How will we feed our own, asked Ko-Mel in a vulnerable but hostile voice. Day-Con places his hands on his wife's shoulders to calm her. My love, I've never been one to lay down and let beast feast on me. You know I'll find a way, says Day-Con is. Ko-Mel exhales a bit while looking away and back to her husband. She kisses him. I wish this world would grow, but it still becomes smaller, she says. Remember, my love. Alia looks over her children. She will not let this prevail, says Day-Con is. At this moment Alair speak from the distance. Am I to bother you a moment, he says. Both Day-Con and Ko-Mel steps out of their kiss. The sleep magician, says Day-Con coming out of his kiss with Ko-Mel. I was told you made it back and wanted to know what were your thoughts of the Kodros, asked Alair. Ko-Mel says I am to make sure the laborers have all their belongings before leaving the bell attic. I'm overjoyed, Alair, it is amazing, says Day-Con. Alair seems relieved and shakes Day-Con's hand. This is good, I wasn't sure, the alteration of your building wrapped my perception a bit, says Alair. This is a grave and important addition, I would not feel any other way, Day-Con says as he walks over to the bell. I'm sorry about the incompletion of the cloth pins, I'm told they will be down in 2 days, just in time for the next mass, says Day-Con. Alair walks towards the bell as well. Sometimes smaller shops are faster, I presume. I was told the treasure of my creation were to be in full at mass, says Alair. Gal-Thin is an honorable man, I promise you. You will be well rewarded for your contributions, says the religious leader. Thank you, most of my work came in design. I'm used to a bit of handwork myself, feels different watching others dive in on your ideas, says Alair. Remembering the voyage, Day-Con says I can empathize. I've kept busy with a smaller koi dross. Like the one I made for your son, at the request of Councilman Brill. That I'm to bring it to next mass, Alair with his hands to his back. This catches me. I and Lume off guard. Brill will be here next mass, he says looking at Alair. Yes, he says with an unsure smile. Day Khan sighs and looks Alaire's way. Thank you for all you done. I must see further other matters, stay as much as you like, says Day Khan is. Alaire seemed unsure of the religious leader's mood. Thank you, he says. Day walks down the steps out of the bell attic. In Day Khan's quarters there are papers scattered across the desk. As he looks for something, his family is called to his office. All 3 sons and daughters. Day Khan's kids could tell he was nervous. Still looking through his shelves in his office, Day Khan looks briefly at his kids before talking. I wish to sail the stars a moment if you'll have me, he says. Sensing worry in his voice, Kovel asks what's wrong. I've raised you to be kind, says Day Khan. The youngest son, Ko Day, takes a seat whiling, saying of course. Day Khan stops search a bit with a stern stance. What are the 8 words in making a decision, he asks. Talia the daughter says, what trail do I want to leave behind? Yes, says Day Khan. Del Lore knows what is on his father's mind. Does this has to do with the Night Council, he asks. Day Khan confirms in body language. The path they're leading could cause a trail of unkindness your mother and I are afraid of, he says. Talia says, is this over fish? Del Lore corrects her. It's over survival and coexisting. What do you do when others are unkind, asks Day. You are twice as kind, says Ko Day. Talia reads her father. We aren't being twice as kind, she says. Our charters aren't, but I plan to change it, Day Khan. But you'll break chastity, become a criminal, says Ko Day. By now everyone knows what Day Khan and Komel have spoken about in the bell tower. I'm doing as I must to keep from that, but I must prepare myself if it does, Day Khan says. A visually upset Talia says, I can't stand what I hear. I leave the night of mass to be kind when our own are not. I may return a chastiser, criminal, but I assure you I will return a moral man, says Day. What do you plan, father, says Del Lore. Day Khan continues his search while talking. The council believes the Alawas will abide by a charter that tells them not to feed their own for 4 days east and northwest of the Dihar River. When they look to reinforce this, our marshals have numbers and might, says Day Khan. What do the Alawas have, says Talia. Day Khan pulls back a book soiled in dust to show a purple ring. The ring sparkled while with dust. Go Suklava is written in spirit language on the ring. This means nights move to days. They will have this, he says as he pulls out the ring. It's a ring, says Del Lore, not impressed. It's the combination of curiosity and youth, my son, says Day Khan as he stares at the ring. Talia walks towards it and asks. How will this keep from them harm, she says. It brings the curse to the night. The wearer of this ring can render night magic unless in aggression, he says. Why was it made, she asks. Your grandfather, though now bed-stricken in age, used to be a lot more intimidating, Day speaks. The religious leader pockets the ring and begins to walk out of the room. He turns to his children and says, this is ours to share with none. While not pleased with the request, all 4 of the Ayanlume children agrees to the secrecy. Day Khan arrives into the lobby of the charter building alone. The smell of chemically treated wood and free apple coloring in the rugs delights his nose as he waits at the bottom steps as told. Marshals and record keepers pass him by without a suspicion of his plans. The religious leader, though not a first-time comer, loses himself in imagination at the artifacts and paintings around him. Bone swords and poetry notes framed on walls takes him away from focus. A record keeper at the top of the stairs brings him back. Councilwoman Kirwai will meet with you, she says. Day Khan comes to and thanks her as he walks up the steps. Day Khan walks into the quarters of fine clay sculptures, shelves with obvious bookmarks in books and silk curtains over the windows. In the middle sits Kirwai with her hair slicked back and bonded by cloth. She sits at a stone round table with scrolls and inked feathers and stamped stones. Dawning of night, she says as Day Khan takes a seat. Dawning, my lady, Day says. I'll be frank to allow you adequate time to grieve. I can't notarize your confrontation of record, says Kirwai, disciplined but displeased. You're not serious, Day Khan says in slight hysteria. Afraid so, she says while sliding a scroll the leader's way. Under Charter 37 a member's single judgment of charter is open to inscription expulsion by other members, if no other members are present, she says. Day Khan feels the words of the defeat, the name he cursed silently in his head after learning of their ways. Skura's presence on the marshal's fleet binds Brill's anchor, she says. I know you seek that my loyalty is thick and not see through my creator, says Day Khan, kissing his necklace of Alya's eye. This can't suffice, I have a family to nourish, says Day Khan. Kir Y stands and says the anchor of your ship is recorded to release 4 months from now. Carry boats are there for the taking at the porthouse, she says. He's taking the council for kingship, you must see this, says Day Khan. Kinthrune stays true to his virtues, yes, says Kir Y. Search it, you know I would not break chassis. He looks to silence me, says Day Khan, moving closer to Kir Y. You have the largest podium in Air City, you are not being silent, says Kir Y, folding her arms. I mean the Alawas, says Day Khan. I'm being silenced from them, he continues. Kir Y relaxes her arms a bit. Why do you feel for them, she asks. For who, asked Day Khan. The Alawas. What do you get out of this, she asked. Throughout what was written about Alya, her love for those without strength called to me. It is my compass, says Day. Kir Y gets up and peek through her curtain at the streets of Air City. You would convey if you dealt in shadow, Mr. Ian Lume. Wouldn't you, she asked. Looking up at Kir Y, her voice seems to trouble the leader. There are no hidden daggers to my words, what are you going on about, he asked. To herself she whispers, the heart sees what the eye skips. We could predict new and old fish. I remember you saying this at the briefing, she says. Yes, this is my plea, he says. Kir Y walks back to the table. We send spoils of fish to be eat by Trinuu every week. I looked into it, and who would have thought? Mr. Del Lore pays the deeds on the building in question. The building where the spoils are sent, she says. Kir Y hands a scroll to Day Khan. Day Khan looks at the scroll to see his son's name. Deeds are paid by those with treasures. Del Lore gathers members from mass to help the city of free will, he says. Kir Y is unmoved by Day's shock. I believe you and your son have greed in mind, not this religious philosophy you speak of, says Kir Y. Day Khan stands up, startling Kir Y at first. As long as you worship in my house, you know my morals. These are lies, he says. Good dawning, Mr. Ian Lume, says Kir Y, fixing her clothes. The religious leader looks with betrayal in his eyes at the councilwoman. He balls the script up without breaking eye contact. This is the work of Brill, isn't it? Kir Y doesn't speak, and Day Khan leaves her office in anger. At the porthouse, Day Khan stands next to his ship. The lush fur of carpet trimming, compartments overlapping in complex design of gold plates were on display. Day Khan wanted to leave that night. With no massy or key, his boat stayed anchored on the dock. Mentally he prepared to wait for departure the night's mass, but emotionally he was already gone. He felt the love for his government and city slipping. Day Khan started to believe Kir Y's words. Dealings in the dark were feelings of separation in morals, that he felt one with those of Alawa's way. The many who voyage along his side were labor chiefs and landowners, men and women with comfort in being removed from nature. Day Khan felt home in the forest, but now regrets being above it. Day Khan now feels as a treetop. He didn't marvel at his ship any longer. He loved it. It reminded him of freedom. Day Khan also knew his plan was to leave on the night of the mass. Most of Air City would attend. The port would be emptied. With a newfound hate of his status, the half-moon ship being anchored didn't seem much a bad idea. Kir Y's suggestion of carry boats pleased him now. Day Khan looks at a row of carry boats in the distance. The spreading of thin wood made the boats crackle at the buoyancy of the river. Each boat could fit 6 men, while the half-moon's capacity housed 6 carry boats as escape boats. Day Khan's vision moves to the young man at the port clerk's counter. The sound of the water calms the upsetting night in Day Khan's heart. He makes it towards the young man, and his suspicions are confirmed. Allaire rolls up scrolls as he turns. Mr. Ian Lume, says Allaire. Allaire, what a wonderful dawning. What brings you to the dock? Asked Day Khan. With a flattering but mask of emotions, Allaire's smile before saying, the boats themselves honestly. Day Khan looks around and says, they are a stare for the eyes, he says. I'm actually looking to purchase, says Allaire. This pleasantly surprises Day Khan. Really, you say? I didn't take you for a fisherman, he says to Allaire. Allaire walks the pier looking at boats with Day Khan. I've dreamt of the sea as a boy, he says. They stop at a standard fisherman boat with nets on it. The magician is also a Massey. Says Day Khan. Soon I hope to explore the world and tell the world this, says Allaire. On a watcher of metals treasure? Asked Day Khan. With the treasury from Rothru. An opportunity presents itself, says Allaire. Yes, but you could have more if you dived into your work with that, says Day. It's more about the experience than the material in my mind, says Allaire. Allaire turns and says, besides, I could use a different view than Air City. This is well understood, says Day Khan, thinking about previous affairs. Day walks up to Allaire. Just promise to yourself you'll ask yourself what type of trail you like to leave while chaining your passions. This question helps you not to lose yourself in your journey, says Day Khan. Allaire thinks about the leader's words. As if this is what his wife tries to tell him. A thought of thread to sew at sea. Thank you, says Allaire sincerely. You are welcome, says Day. What brings you to the dock? Asked Allaire. As same as you, boats, he says. Are you looking to buy? Asked Allaire, looking around. Not necessarily, he says while pointing at the biggest ship on the dock. My ship lays straight ahead, he says. Allaire, almost a lost for words, says. Is this so? Softly. Yes, and she has lock problems, says Day Khan, pointing to the chain at the front bow. At the exit hole where the chain leaves to anchor in water, a cast iron clamp twice the size of the exit appeared. Allaire walks closer to see the clamp. A bright smile alerts Day Khan to Allaire's face. These locks have gear feedbacks, makes it easy to set the grooves inside but also to copy the key, he says. Looking stunned and cautiously, Day Khan says. You know how to replicate this? Allaire says, of course, it's a poor design by the maker in my opinion. A moment of silence passed as Day Khan rubs his chin in thought. Allaire looks back in excitement, knowing he could help. Is this your problem? He asked. Unfortunately, says Day Khan in deception. The port clerk won't have a new one after damage to last in days, I'm afraid, says Day Khan. I can have one pressed in an hour, Allaire says, walking up and touching the clamp. You would do this for me? Day Khan asked. Yes, with your generous help I'm one step closer to seeing the world. I want to help, says Allaire. Day Khan walks up and hugs Allaire. Thank you, he says. Both men walks the steps up to the street, leaving the pier dock of the port house. As they walk, the guilt of lies run through Day's face. Moral man. To lie is that of a contradiction to him. Allaire put so much trust in him it would break his heart to learn the true. Since they met, Day Khan knew Allaire was a moral man like him, or like he felt now he used to be. He would have never helped him if he knew he was breaking chassis. Day Khan seen the bigotry in Skurus and Brill's eyes when they saw Alawa. They were capable of madness towards Nemjia's people. Nemji. Day Khan thought. He promised to fix the situation to her. Here is Day Khan walking with Allaire, fixing the situation. These thoughts calmed Day's guilt on his face. On the first floor of Allaire's shop, Day Khan finds himself where his son once was, for an entirely different reason. The furthest into Zone 2 Day Khan has seen has never been this far. Earlier, Allaire placed his fingers into the clamp and marked with a feather where the teeth of the gear grooves pinched his skin. This allows him to replicate with exact measurements the ridges of the porthouse key. Tracing over his finger, Allaire with great memory mimicked the settings into his press. The shop owner, eager to please slaves at his workstation with tools hanging by rope overhead. Day Khan looks throughout the shop at machines and stacks of steel plates collecting dust in the corner. A scripted scroll in spirit language sits unable to stay curled on Allaire's chair near the fireplace. Day Khan thinks to take a seat by removing the scroll. Out of curiosity, Day Khan looks at the scroll, unfolding it completely. Is this most recent of your projects? Day Khan asks Allaire. Without taking his eyes off the press molding the stem of the key, Alair says. To what are you referring? Day Khan holds the scroll up by the fireplace, illuminating the ink on the paper. The scroll at your chair, he says. Once Alair's memory comes back, he says, yes, I had a look over concepts from the past looking for where I went wrong. Day Khan reads unto himself as being fluid in spirit language. Seems like you're making a night dial of some kind, says Day Khan. Alair walks over with his stem and removes the iron gate from his fireplace. After looming over the notes, Alair goes back to turn the heat up to his pot of minerals. Almost close, but yes, he says as he pours the liquid onto the steam as it sits on a tray above the fire. This would give signature to Aang amongst the world, says Day Khan, turning the scroll upside down. Alair wipes his hands on his apron. The Kodros shelved these ideas for the moment, he said. Filled with inspiration from the idea, Day Khan stands from the seat and says, your passion will mock you for eternity if you neglect it, he says. Yes, but the Kodros brought me opportunity, says Alair. Yes, it has, and if you complete this you will be loved and memory to all in this world. In this realm, says Day Khan, walking up to Alair. Alair looks off and walks to the fireplace, moving the tray around. Looking into the steam as the liquid iron takes shape into a key. Alair thinks out loud. Wana would agree with you right now if she was not in the land of dreams, he says. Day Khan kneels to look at the same thing as Alair while saying, sound like you pick a great woman to share life with. Alair looks to Day Khan and says, I wish to sail the world with her. Filling on the ring in his pocket, Day Khan stands up and says, the nature of your plans as a Masi, it all makes sense now. After an hour, Alair take the bin bright hot stem out the fireplace and rest it in a second cast iron pot of water as the steam rises through the chimney. Day Khan is alerted by this after reading one of Alair's machine books. The religious leader stands at the shop, maker walks to him. Laying in both hands on a cloth the dial, maker has a replica of the post house key Day Khan needs. I hope this will repay the favor, says Alair. Alia herself has made a spot specially for you next to her in Ison Hall, says Day Khan after grabbing the key. As Alair walks to the sink to lay the rag, Day Khan pulls out his ring from his days in trials, school. You wouldn't happen to be able to take a chance at pressing up a couple of these, asked Day Khan. Alair walks back into Day Khan while looking at the ring. Extraordinary, says Alair looking at the ring. Reaffirming your bond with Mrs. Ian Lume, he asked. Day Khan takes back the ring to gang her again, he says, no, I'm actually thinking of gifting a friend with this. A couple more wouldn't hurt, don't you think? Taking a closer look, Alair delivers some disappointment to the church owner. I'm sold out in miracles for this, he says. Break it to me slow, Day Khan displaying a smile and greed. The religious leader now feels a bit of comfortability in breaking chassis. From what I can make out of the inscriptions, this ring has a kind of backwards daylight cave spell on it. My machines can't make copies of this without becoming corrupt and made useless after, he says. Day Khan, looking at the ring one last time, places it in his pocket and mourns his idea briefly before being satisfied with what he came for. If I wouldn't have asked, I wouldn't have known, I often say, Day speaks. My apologies, Alair says. Day Khan looks for the way out of the workshop while saying, you've did me well in friendship already. It's all I can ask for, says Day Khan. A moment of shared smiles, Day says. Before parting, do remember what we talked about. A night dial would do more for this realm than you know, he says. A light chuckle and I promise from Alair. Day Khan walks out the shop to teleport down the street. As he departs, Day asks for silence of the mater to shed himself of embarrassment, which Alair agreed. Alair asks if he would need a marshal. Day Khan says he is safe as he teleports further away. Chapter 6, The Truth Hurts and Heal. The night of Mass at half-past Moon Church brought in the largest crowd the church ever seen. The reason was undeniable. All wanted to see the potential of the new Kodros bell hanging at the top of the building. The church, as big as it is, wouldn't be able to house all of Air City's pre-occupants, but room for a bit over 1,000 people was enough. With the influx, some members were deputized by the church to assist. Extra chairs were brought and marshals helped with managing a well-disciplined chaos. The well-knowns of Midtown were noticeable in their best garments. Black with gold and silver patches and lines over dresses and pantsuits. The wealthy treated the bell gathering as a fancy to show off their latest conquers in fashion. Alair joins Day Khan and Gaul Thin at the middle of the floor while a sea of eyes lay upon them. Naka was amongst them. Proud of her father, Naka didn't seem at all intimidated by the crowd size. Wana in her best dress she could sew holds on to her daughter whose excitement made for a workout. Naka points. I see father, mother I see him she says. Wana calms her daughter. I see him too Naka ease yourself my girl she says. Both mother and daughter are seated in a group closest to the front by the Alya statue near the Iron Lumes. The family have reserved seats and promised to be with Wana and Naka soon after the starting of Mass. A woman marshal told this to Wana. Wana was in pins and needles with her husband recently but the royal-like treatment sidetracked her momentarily. The clinging of a regular bell made to grab everyone's attention. Day Khan B speaks with Jang. Alair and Gaul Thin at his side. All four men stand in the middle of the floor where Day Khan's son usually sing at. Even the staff and marshals await the church leader's announcement. Dawning of night my members and some who I hope are new members says Day Khan B is. A collective of people reply back. The bass of a choir-like response shackles the hearts of some not used to large gatherings. Dawning of night they all say. Day Khan continues. Chapter 6. The Truth Hurts and Heal. The night of Mass at half-past Moon Church brought in the largest crowd the church ever seen. The reason was undeniable. All wanted to see the potential of the new Codros bell hanging at the top of the building. The church as big as it is wouldn't be able to house all of Air City's pre-occupants but room for a bit over 1,000 people was enough. With the influx some members were deputized by the church to assist. Extra chairs were brought and marshals helped with managing a well-disciplined chaos. The well-knowns of Midtown were noticeable in their best garments. Black with gold and silver patches and lines over dresses and pantsuits. The wealthy treated the bell gathering as a fancy to show off their latest conquers in fashion. Alair joins Day Khan and Gaul Thin at the middle of the floor while a sea of eyes lay upon them. Naka was amongst them. Proud of her father Naka didn't seem at all intimidated by the crowd size. Wana in her best dress she could sew holds on to her daughter whose excitement made for a workout. Naka points. I see father, mother I see him she says. Wana calms her daughter. I see him too Naka ease yourself my girl she says. Both mother and daughter are seated in a group closest to the front by the Alya statue near the Iron Lumes. The family have reserved seats and promised to be with Wana and Naka soon after the starting of Mass. A woman marshal told this to Wana. Wana was in pins and needles with her husband recently but the royal-like treatment sidetracked her momentarily. The clinging of a regular bell made to grab everyone's attention. Day Khan B speaks with Jang. Alair and Gaul Thin at his side. All four men stand in the middle of the floor where Day Khan's son usually sing at. Even the staff and marshals await the church leader's announcement. Dawning of night my members and some who I hope are new members says Day Khan B is. A collective of people reply back. The bass of a choir-like response shackles the hearts of some not used to large gatherings. Dawning of night they all say. Day Khan continues. Our city is rich with knights of commons alike skillfully thinking of ways to improve life here in the trees. We sit in the wealth of the mines before us like fish in water. New horizons come from acknowledging where we started. To we are now, he says. Quietly people know in agreement. We no longer hunt, we have markets oiled well by fishermen and slaughterhouses, vegetable and fruit growers and pickers. Farmers, wool herders and steel forgers. Charters and art gallows. Our own marshals with marksmanship and a devotion to our well-being. These are the minds that allows us to rest, he says. In his unusually thick black robe that slides with the floor Day Khan brings forth Alair. Alair is in clothing borrowed from some of Day Khan's sons. A button-up firm poly fur black two-piece suit and locks in a ponytail cloth. Alair a bit blush red holds on for the sake of non-embarrassment. Ironically it seems we all share a bit of a resting problem, and without trying to. We've all have been granted a cure by the will of Alya herself, says Day Khan. bringing Allaire forward. The dial shop owner is a natural introvert and chews his words carefully. Voice raspy and shaky. Seeing his daughter's eyes lit up Allaire's emotions to say, I thank you all for showing. I how you all enjoy the rest of the night before stepping back and give the floor back to Day Khan. Gentle but loud the people of the mass claps. Gaol Thin walks up and says, I would like to thank our wonderful minds at work to give us this night to celebrate. My labors at Ra through indeed hope you well a night of our hard work. Without our stage-shy friend here none of this would be possible, he says as the crowd claps again. Day Khan walks up. All who need be had their cloth pins on. Now we shall rest with bells, he says as he signals staff to relay to members in the now-made gear room. A well-dressed man opens a capsule to an enlarged iron rod in the gear room on the floor and with ease slides it down. With no struggle the road goes down, suggesting it well-oiled. Light but well-heard a tinging commence into the ears of all. Those with cloth pins on gather at the crowns as they are delighted in the pleasure of sound for moments before I lazy. To all the tinging is the best noise they ever heard. They would not be awake long to tell any, and all are asleep before a minute could count. After a minute of sleep Day Khan signals to stop the bell with joy in his face. Allaire looks around to see what his creation has done. Allaire is a modest man but he starts to understand being called a magician. Are all of them truly asleep, he asks. Gaol Thin whispers in his ear without a shadow of a doubt, he says. Once relayed to the man in the gear room he replaces the iron capsule on the rod, moving up and down in the floor. As the rod disappears to the helmet-like capsule the cap glows a mid-whitish blue momentarily. The glow stops once the rod stops and the tinging of the bell overhead ends. A full minute is needed for all to wake, but once they do the feeling of rest excites all. Dawning of sleep, Day Khan says to receive an applause. Day Khan whispers to Allaire. Take a bow. You more than earn it, he says. Gaol Thin Day Khan along with Jang and Allaire takes a bow. Jang is there as a representative of government's approval of the bell. That was godly, can we do it? Again asked Naka as her mother. I have reason to believe they will do this every night. Days Wana. Ear to ear Naka shows teeth. Really, she says. Allaire says really, entering the room. Naka turns around and lights up. Dad, she cries as she runs towards him. Allaire kneels to hug her as Wana looks. I take it you enjoyed yourself, he says. I love it here, she says, though the one in my room is better, she continues. Allaire stands to take his seat. May I sit, my lady? Allaire asks to Wana. Feeling amused by her husband's humor, Wana indulges him. If I am to say no. How will you proceed? She asks with a daring stare. The dial maker walks closer while smiling. Well, I don't mean to boost my own ego. I hear there's a market for bell makers as husbands on the horizon, he says while sitting next to his wife. There's a breaking of chassis in your beauty, she says before kissing Allaire. Her husband's humor was her weakness. Am I to be let back into your graces? Allaire says softly, removing his lips from hers. Wana pulls back and looks into Allaire's eyes with affection. Are you happy? She asks with sincerity. Allaire's smile maintains as it wants to drop from confusion. Of course I'm. Why you speak nonsense? He asks. When you are happy I'm at peace, I'm at grace, she says before pausing. Look around. You brought joy to others, I've never wanted you to lose sight of that, she says. Allaire looks out into the mass. Remembering the trails we leave has a way of grounding us. I was told this, he says. It's how we recognize our own shadow, Wana adds. Allaire reaches underneath his chair to grab a miniature wooden crate wrapping in cotton cloth. I spotted Brill and Gaol Thin sailing seas with the water bearing. I'll make my return soon, he says. Allaire takes to his daughter and kisses her forehead before leaving the room. Day Khan walks into Del Lore's quarters. As Del Lore disrobes into his regular attire. Dad, your timing is grand. I have plentiful to tell you about memberships, Del Lore says. Day Khan walks in with a noticeable dread to his face. While I love to discuss this, I need to trade pleasantries for a moment, says Day Khan. Del Lore hands his black robe with his father's name cursed into the sleeves on a rack in a cabinet built to the wall. Delor, still unaware of his father's mood, turns with curiosity on his sleeve. Always, he says. Day-Khan closes the door before turning back. Delor speaks while Day-Khan seals the door slowly. I was cautious you would leave before I could tell you, he says. Day-Khan turns back and the expression on his face shifts the mood in the room. Members of Free Will, you said. Delor, why? Says Day-Khan, B is. Delor, now confused, lens on his table no more. Father, what is it, he says. You told me tells of lies, that you were taking members to help the city with rotten fish. Using the family's facilities for profit, Clinteramenos? That I willed into you better. Says Day-Khan, B is in a lower than usual tone. A chill look comes across Delor's face. Delor walks up to Day-Khan and says, I did not mean selfishness by this, father. Day-Khan points his hand at Delor's chest with a thumbing sound to produce from it. I need to know what for. Why would you shame your family this way, he says. Delor backs up for a moment. The members came for aid and advice. Their feeds weren't coming in as normal. Day-Khan stays focused with stern curiosity. Why not, he says. The quarrel between their boats and Alawa, says Delor. Day-Khan, still with a serious face, looks in disbelief. No one's told me of this, he says. The floodgates from son to father opens. I didn't tell you because your love of the Alawas. I share it too, but I also know of the sacrifices we make in doing so. We cannot turn a blind eye to our own. Says Delor. Day-Khan looks off with grief. Dreadful, what his son was saying was true. Day-Khan had thoughts outside of Air City but never thought his ideas would manifest poorly to those he lead. I paid them for their help. Without thinking it would. My wage made it to the charter building and I was deeded, taxed, says Delor. Delor moves to his father's side. I did not mean to deface the names, sir, I promise. Would you like me to stop, asked Delor. Day-Khan looks back. If you must proceed with your heart. That I can only ask you change the grounds date, Day-Khan, B is. May I ask you a question, father, says Delor. Yes, my son, he responds. Would they struggle to consider the charter, he says. This alarms his father, red in anger. You know more than any in this city what would happen, he says. It's but a thought, father, consider it, says Delor. Day-Khan walks towards the table past his son. Consider the starving of women and children. Listen to yourself, says Day-Khan. I'm considering my people, father, says Delor. So am I, says Day-Khan, looking back. Are you? Asked Delor. Am I what, says now a confrontational Day-Khan, B is. Are you looking out for your people? We need your voice as much as the Alawas, says Delor. Where is the origin of this? You were as dedicated as I was for the sick and defenseless, says Day-Khan. I still am, says Delor. No, you're not, you sound like them. The blood treasures, like the pirates we Nemji Ha warns us about, yells Day-Khan. The room grows silent. Delor grabs his trench coat off the rack near the door. To compare me to that of Skirus, says Delor. Day-Khan looks up, still stubborn in his emotions. My only wrong, other than telling you about the deeds, was applying to you what you taught to me, says Delor. Enjoy your mission, father, says Delor, leaving the room. Alaire walks into a seemingly ethical conversation between Brill, Gaul-Thin, and a female water-bearer. As Alaire approaches, both men were selective in their body language. An awkward tension fills Alaire as he stops. Neither man nor woman notices him lingering in the distance as hands exchange flirtatious behavior amongst men and women. Alaire clears his throat before long. The water-bearer picks up her pellet as the men adjust their clothing in embarrassment. Ah, it's the magician of slumber, says Brills as the woman walks by in shawl. In the corner of the hall covered by shawl, Alaire approaches both men. I have the codros you ask for, says Alaire, holding the wooden crate at his side. Brill reaches for his pouch as Gaul-Thin approaches. You've struck gold, my good sir, he says. The stain of wine on his breath, the random crossing at the feet as he walked. Gaul-Thin was intoxicated. A fair wage for fair labor, Kata, best friend, says Brill to Gowl Thin. I appreciate your kind words, says Alair once Gowl Thin stands too close. Brill hands the pouch to Alair and takes the crate to sit on the shelf nearby. Gowl Thin begins to chuckle a bit as Alair looks in the pouch. There's more than what was said for the code dross, he says, looking in the pouch. As I said. A fair wage for fair labor, says Brill as Gowl Thin walks back to him barely. While pulling on his long sleeve, Brill talks to Gowl Thin about his laughter. I'm sure Alair would love a pow wow or two. Go ahead, what's your snuffing about, says Brill. A now historical Gowl Thin says. It's thrilling to me thinking a cup of wine can replace a clump of metal. Laughter. Brill looks at, but once his face returns he gives into the laughter. Brill was well at hiding intoxication until jokes became a part of the conversation. Alair looks up occasionally while counting plates of tin. The polite and calm demeanor of Alair transitions to awed and upset. This pouch isn't even larger enough for 700 tin, he says. Let's calm our steam pipes, my good sir, says Brill walking up. Allow me to convey the philosophy of treasury in Midtown, says Brill. Capsules of accords, I'm sorry, where are my ethics? Treasure agreements binds wages into charter, says Brill. Alair starts to breathe heavy and clench his fist. His feet locked in place. The pouch tensed under his grip as he hears the words of a drunken man. Without the accord, Mikado was allowed to use what he promised you. To wage his labors and spread wild the leftovers to you and himself, he says. That's thievery. And your charter, says Alair, looking for words. Brill walks back to the crate. I could have you a briefing, though no capsule of accord renders judgments without record, he says. Alair wanted to flare up and strike Brill down. The night he waited for. Plans for seeing the world with his wife. Thoughts of a new shop. All the potential right before his eyes. Wana was right. The stretching of pockets bound by his pride. He drops the bag, looking with rage at the drunks. The status and wealth no longer separated Alair and the Midtowners. Alair now felt superior in nature. Superior in heart. The thought of Naka made him give way to his offender's words. Alair does need to steam his pipes. Dungeons aren't great for slumber nor a good look on his supposedly grand night. After helping Gowl Thin with his trench coat, Brill turns back to an obviously upset Alair and says, Welcome to Midtown. Alair walks off, mindful. Or to speak or look at others. Alair makes sure to walk towards the back. He plans to meet up with his family, but not now. The shop owner needed to rid himself anguish. Alair makes it past the gear room and kitchens in the back. A long hall he walks and ends up outside double doors towards the back of the church. A garden and strive as the fall sets in and bushes almost the size of him surrounds him. A cast iron gate with spear edges separates the garden from the road Avong in the distance. After given what he perceives to be a well check of atmosphere, Alair exhales. The cold without coat didn't bother him, the blood speeding through him kept him warm. Alair can no longer stay in his head about his thoughts. Alair makes his mind towards Day Conbi is. He joined Alair to Gowl Thin. The religious leader goes on voyages with Brill. He speaks out loud while looking at the moon. What are you but a fool, he says. You think this what your way from dirt? Accompanied by the tongue of greed. Nay, you were, he trails off. Alair walks through the garden. Mr. Ian Lume. You should dine in Iraq for this. To help them? To think I help you with your key. A tear comes down his face as the betrayal of what he knew to be a friend sets in. I wouldn't even sail on something that big. I'm sure all of Midtown will enjoy a laugh of thought aboard, he says. Picking a leaves from a bush. After wiping his face, Alair looks to the moon again. You once served to help others in the past, he says. I'm asking for your help now, he says. Alair looks it away and says softly to himself. The past. The past. That's what's been in front of me this entire time. Alair walks back into the church. Walking out of the bushes with a grouping of different flowers in hand. Dessa watches in the dark. The double doors closes behind Alair. She brushes the same leaves a lair tore off the bush from her shoulder. "Day con be is, you lover of those beneath," she says while shaking her head side to side slightly in disapproval. Chapter 7, Secrets Are Watched. Air City in the Fourth Age was divided into sections. These sections had grouping categories, zones and angle. Zones were 3 towns. The 3 towns were Midtown, in town, and out town. Midtown referred to commercial, government and mansion or castle areas. Most of the important people like council and labor chefs lived here. In-town referred to industry and commercial homes. This was the area where workers of markets shared space with manufacturing. Out-town was where mostly the poor lived. There are 2 zones in Air City, with Zone 2 yet to have a mid-town. This called for the Night Council to break the area into angles. Angles are a grouping of 10 or more streets. The angles are named after the labor chiefs who owns the majority of the land in one specific area. Zone 2, which headed in the direction where the Spirit Tribe lived, consisted mostly of poor laborers. The wealthiest of all in Air City and all of Ang lived in an angle in Zone 1 called Cas Lordon Angle. This is the collective of streets where those who are named after other angles live. Cas Lordon himself helped provide the resources needed to build Zone 2. Those who struck luck with his advisor praise him more than Alia herself. Cas Lordon is the great-great-great-grand-uncle of Brill. The Pandian Mansion. Once just a cabinet in the Third Age to Hoke. The Moon Warrior. Housed Cas Lordon Pandian and now Brill Pandian. The mansion sat lonely at the end of the road to other mansions as the biggest on Hodge Road. The landscape and architecture designs gave the mansion an acre of land between the mansion and fence to the road. A faded grayish-black plaint was also intended to maintain the ancient of the mansion's heritage and look. Brill sits on his throne-like chair for 4 by himself listening to his staff sing as he has a pipe to help him wake. The councilman still felt wine in his veins. The bathing in the morning did not to make him feel better. A pipe and decent singing seemed to help. Brill often treated his staff well who ran his family's home. The staff felt like family until moments like this one where they were made to feel as if Air City had a king. Near the fireplace they lined up. Man and woman like an obedient slave to an unfair wage, dignity was theirs when the singing stops. For now Brill was the only one worthy of respect. The staff were made to drink before singing to give Brill a good tone. Halfway through Songs of Women in Forest Falling in Love, Brill is taken from by an echo of footsteps down the hall. He gets up from his throne chair while signaling that the staff keep singing. Stand at the end of the hall he awaits Dessa and her marshal. Strangely, Dessa had on a trench coat as well as her marshal. Though hers was more flare than coat, it wasn't her usual wear, which threw Brill off. "One too much in you. That's what you were doing in night?" asked Dessa as she approached Brill. "Miss Councilwoman Dessa." "Yawning of morning to you too," he says. A nonchalant Dessa corners her eyes in privilege before speaking. "Silence your stage acting. I eyed you and the gold donkey in the corner with that Ray Crayest. Whore in spirit language, already." Dessa sits in the chair across from the throne chair. Both Brill and Dessa signals all to leave. The marshal and staff nods and leave with the fireplace replacing the singing. The gentleman in Brill leaves and is replaced with his true nature. "You were one with shadow. What am I to think while spelled by fruit?" he says, sitting back down in his rose robe. "My only memory from the scenery was why the likes of her." "Surely you've delight in better," says Dessa. "May I take your coat?" asks Brill. After looking around, Dessa looks at Brill as if she tuned his very presence out before hearing about her trench coat. Her face roamed the room before stopping at Brill when he spoke, almost as if displeased by his interruption. "Soon, but not now," she says. Brill sits back into his throne chair. "I've actually came with treats of matters in charter," she says, crossing her leg. Keeping pace with her words, Brill's instincts were that of the flame in the fireplace while noticing Dessa's features. "This desolate of story is more consequential not to have patience until tonight?" asked Brill. "Why would I like another spoil the expression on your face to this?" she says. Brill no longer thinks that of a primitive man and is now intrigued. You have my audience, he says, lend into while sighting. You're magician of a friend. The young man from the Goapri angle. He lost himself in grey clouds at the end of the night, she says. Remember of the conversation with Alaire. Brill was unmoved. Yes, the outer towner, he's a slow Moine, student, to the creed of Midtown, but he'll learn his way. Why would he be interesting, asked Brill, almost bored. A now comfortable Dessa smirks in a monarch of an attitude. Brill, my handsome of a fool. The magician knows more than fairy music. He knows engineering of all kinds. Bells. Dials. After looking towards the fire, she looks back. A devilish look to make the flames burning aside her chair, Dessa says. Even keys. Brill stands up, frustrated with riddles. This is tiring, he says. Kinthune, Dessa says softly. The primal in him returns unwontedly. Mr. Ian Lumea's ship is not at the port house, she says, still in a soft voice. Brill searches his mind for what was being said momentarily, and then his eyes widened. The magician and bone cultist. Chastisers. The councilman says in a fluster. Why do I contend with his any longer? He undermines me. Are my words not clear, says Brill in great anger. Dessa, seeing no reason to stop holds back barely her juvenile smile as he rants. Brill's voice grows more impatient with time. Even with the absence of mercy, he still berates my hand. I am of a line of skilled blades from days old. I will not be suffocated by some. Looking around the floor in fixation of hate. Blurry-eyed mud-foot idolizer, says Brill. The heat of the councilman's anger invested into Dessa a maniacal rush of lust. An ethical and moral aristocrat to the people of Aang was now a playful deviant of romance, the discriminatory ban in your eyes. It does away with my stage name, my love, she says. Dessa's leg moves back as she slowly unbuttons her trench coat. Brill slowly comes to with the motion of the councilwoman. He says nothing as her body language speaks for the both of them. Red slowly reveals itself of a thrown vine-like design on Dessa's chest. Her designer fashioned a bra of rose stems matching her underwear. With tall leather boots, this was all Dessa maintained behind the coat. Brill gazes every curve, every angle. The softness of her skin chained his will to Dessa's appearance. Man once with 1,000 words had not one as he gazed. The chocolate of her skin shined through the light bounce off the walls from the fireplace, drapes on the windows made it so. My Brill. You look as if you need a water bearer, says Dessa. I believe flames of power will suffice, he says. Brill drops to help Dessa remove her boot from where it touched her knee. You have the blood of a warrior. How will you teach the church of its error, she asked. Brill knew Dessa bathed in destruction. He looks up after sliding her leggings off. Charter 432. In defiance of the charter. The property of the offender becomes property of said charter, says Brill. Dessa removes her trench coat completely. You wish to take heritage of Half Moon, she asks in a now excitement. Brill brushes his lips at the skin of Dessa. Her body slowly fights its snake-like rhythm while she watches. Brill moves up her leg. Slowly his movement at her waist and then up her stomach with his kissing. After a light touch from his touch at her breast, he goes further. The councilman is now on top of her as she opens his robe. I take what disobeys me, he says. As Dessa wraps her legs inside Brill's now open rope. Her marshal without word closes the door silently to the sound of a moans. And fire trickling. In a creek hidden well by trees near Alawa's Way tribe. Half Moon Pass ship anchors. Day Khan sits underneath twin trees whose trunks are interwoven like a French braid before touching the sky. The root source of each vine growing over it cannot be determined. Members of Alawa calls this the Kish Wahyuda, which means trees in love in spirit language. Day Khan thinks of Komel when looking at them. The sound of swirls climbing trees throughout the forest mistakes Day Khan for threats. The religious leader is on high alert knowing he broke chassis. A fog dresses the air from the fall cold, the youth in Day Khan's day were told stories of mortals who commanded souls in the oceans. Princes of waters, princes of underworlds. He was reminded of the ghost in those stories by the fog. In the distance, shadow sneaks about in the fog. Clear it gets. Two figures of shadow cause for alarm. Equipped with a silver letter opening dagger, Day Khan tenses up. He's not much of a warrior, but he'll go down trying. Fragments of light reflects of his dagger as he slowly draw it from his utility belt. The shadows eat and wear of him in the distance takes notice and stops. Not to hide, just to watch while commanding the UR presence in the fog. Before the tip of the dagger could leave his belt, a white blade. Sharp but ridged, press his throat. Disarm yourself. Or run like sap down this tree, he hears from behind. The father of four releases his grip of the blade and it falls to the grass. His sight of two shadows in the distance becomes 10 and they made their approach. He is alone, someone shouts. Day Khan looks up to see Prine teleport in from of him. The shadows walks up of the fog. The warriors of Alawa's way descend on Day Khan. You can part with the treetop, Quay, says Prine. The blade drops as Day Khan turns to look. He worked up a sweat, but it breaks to familiar faces. Day Khan lets his guard down and moves to hug Quay. The warrior of the forest points his blade at Day Khan to keep a distance. He is confused. Day Khan harbors no hate for the people of the forest. The branch carves and weighs under the weight of our last encounter. Trust is thin with the discovery of your leader, says Prine. Day Khan turns to Prine and says, if I could make amens. Those were not the best Air City has to offer, he says. Prine looks to the trunk of the trees tangled above Day Khan. Who it matters if they're the only voice that needs spoken, says the trees. Day Khan turns around to see Nemji resting on the warp trunk. My lady, he says. Nemji jumps down instead of teleporting. You talk of harmony but bring closed hearts to our lands, she says. With all that I know now, I would not dare to, says Day Khan. Quay weighs in. The treetops are familiar with where we lay. They will be back, he says. Nemji looks closely while approaching Day Khan. I usually ignore the cries of my warriors when I feel they are without a foe to slay. Without war. A warrior's mind lusts to make sense of their environment, she says. Unfortunately, I cannot now, for you have given my warriors a foe. When you confide, you won't. Says Nemji, sincere in her eyes. Day goes to pull from his pocket. All that surrounds him ready their swords and spears. Even Nemji is suspicious. I am made a lie by my own blood but not by my own words. Hear me once more, he say as he pulls out a ring and lay it at the grass. The purple rings catches Nemji's mind more than her eye. It could be hate magic, says Prine. Nemji walks towards it as Prine and Quay looks with unapproval. She pick it up slowly. What of an offering is this, she asks. A way to strengthen the cracks in our branch, says Day Khan. Quay normally does indulge in thoughts behind the surface. To the shock of all, he asks. How will a small object rebuild the spirit of a broken bond? Day Khan looks directly at him and says, when the night falls I shall show you. Hours after the meetup with Alawa's warriors, Day Khan sits by an old burn pit with Nemji, Quay and Prine in the dark. Further from the camp and his ship they are. All four stand at the cliff of a small hill 12 feet high. I say this as no arbiter of value but as a friend. If the marshals look to enforce the new charter while you fish, their eventual numbers could spell the end for you, says Day Khan. Prine's facial expression challenges Day Khan's words. The religious leader slides the ring onto his finger. But if you were to pass on this ring in teleportation, you can give an illusion of fairness, he says. I am to go off your word, ask Prine. No. Strike me in white flare, say Day Khan. The leader of Alawa looks in shock. We only act in defense, she says. Day Khan pleads with Nemji. If just for a moment, believe in me, he says. The tribe leader with high nerve nods in approval to her warrior. Both Quay and Nemji step back as Prine steady his feet. Prine feels the wind and carries it in emotion. Leaves pick up and underhand themselves in the width before breaking with him. The dark of the forest once illuminated by fireflies burst with the light of Prine's white flare, the power of the night tribe on full display. Prine lights up in white with only his frame in congruence. May rock treat you with kindness, says Prine before swinging his sword. Day Khan's ring lights up in purple. Once the sword in white flame gets close, the sound of thunder echoes the birds from the trees. A resistance of a force field shows in purple only where the blade hits. The ring glows potent purple while propelling Prine's sword back. In anger and disbelief the Alawa warrior swings again. With every strike a purple field of light blocks and guards Day Khan. The sound of sonic thundering nearby is too much for Nemji, who reaches her hand. Prine sees and stops mid-swipe. The warrior of the forest turns off his white flare and resumes the darkness of the night. Once sound is regained, Nemji looks to Day Khan and examines him. No marks or bruises, she says. Quay grabs Day Khan's ring hand to see the pulsing purple dimmering. How, he says. Day Khan removes the ring from his finger to hand to Nemji while saying, "A spell I read about and wrote into a ring." Prine catches his breath from the strikes. "Can you produce more?" he asks. "Afraid not," says Day Khan. "The spell was lost with other notes a long time ago," he says. Prine pockets his blade. Quay asks, "How do we know the marshals won't have this weapon of magic?" Day Khan closes up his coat while saying, "I having a feeling they would be here before I if they possessed any." Nemji turns to him and asks, "Why do you help us?" After being asked this more than once, I'm starting to think. Why does this world needs an answer to this question? Is the world rid of morals? Asked Day Khan. Quay reaches his hand out. Day Khan looks at his hand and then his face confused. "In all my mind treetops are frail and coward-hearted." "I no longer call you treetop," says Quay. Day Khan smiles and firming shakes his hand. In the Roya Met angle of Air City near Remala, the gallop is in full swing once again. The fencing at the top floor continued in popularity. White suits and casuals mingle in the halls to the arena of netting. Inside the area by the Nagus platform a Clausel sits lost in a book. His collars to his shirt raised. His top hat leaned in to hide his face a bit. The man faces out to the cotton floor stage separated into sections by nets coming off the ceiling. He was focused into a particular section. He would gaze in this direction and back to his book all night. A younger man dueled in this area without break to multiple nightcomers. Unmatched in victory, his style spoke to his skill. Patient yet consistent in foiling his opponent's expectations of him. It took a while, but the champion eventually noticed his admirer. As like-minded. The man did not leave his seat all night. Over time this frustrated the champion. He finally decides to take a break and ask him why he stares. The man looks up to see him heading his way. This causes him to close the book and leave. The distance from the net to the platform gave the man a head start. Once the champion was on the platform, the admirer was outside the arena. Still in white tensing attire, the champion looks out to the hall. He sees the double doors to the rooftop swing back down the hall. He moves people out the way as he heads towards the doors. The champion stops to no objections from those he offend. After 2 layers of steps he comes through an attic door onto the roof. Air wrinkles at rags chefs dry from being hung, steam rises from pipes that lead to the kitchen on the first floor. Buildings stretched in the distance with occasional light from bedrooms. Air City was beautiful at night. On this night Air City provided no man in color on the roof. This disappointed the champion, who needed breath catching. His adrenaline calmed as he gave up pursuit. Once he turned, there was the man, collar still up and book at his side. The champion jumped back. "What do you want with me?" he says. The man puts his hand out while trying to calm him. Easy, I just want to talk," he says. "Is this a part of a joke?" "I took the bait, didn't I?" says the champion. "I wanted to speak to you, but you didn't break from your activities," the man says. "Who are you?" the champion asks, seeing no reason to calm. The man exhales and rolls his collar down. "I am a lair," he says. The champion read his face and saw no threat beyond his eyes. His muscles relax and his heart begins to calm. The roof is no place for talks of peace, he says. Allaire walks to close the door while saying, I know it may seem unusually. But fairly speaking, I rather it this way. Now completely calm, a puzzled champion asks why. When I meant to look for you, I learned a familiar who I no longer want to share a room with might be here. From the looks of the night he's not, says Allaire. Look for me? What would I have that you want to know, and why, says the man. Allaire points to his book. A thoughtful read led me to you. I mean. Just look, says Allaire as he opens the book to a page. The champion looks at a page of symbols and writings. The page talked about the bloodline of the Tyros. The bloodline traces back to an heroic figure in Ang history named Free, who united tribes and kept Air City from malicious rule. The book also talked about Hoke and moon magic. The ending passages touch on Free herself learning the technique in battle. After looking into the book, the champion pauses a second. You're a librarian who wants more stories about my family. It's been a ways since I've conversed with your kin, says the champion. Sarla. Gore. Tirta. No librarian, says Allaire. The champion starts to get suspicious. If not, why would you care of my lineage, he asks. Allaire closes the book. A rare skill to possess the abilities of the moon. Some say itself by Alia to a selected few by bloodline. Further reading says that those who have it would know before they could use it. Perhaps even base in it to advance over others, says Allaire as he turns. You're a marshal. Sigh. I haven't been breaking chassis much. The few downstairs aren't skilled enough for me to need to use my powers. He says. Korlager. I'm not here on behalf of the government, says Allaire. A relief comes over the champion. He turns now, unsure of the motive behind the unusual conversation. If you're not from the library or the government, why do you care of my abilities or my family, he asks. I'm a watchmaker with a dream, says Allaire. Korlager, the champion, doesn't take Allaire serious and walks past him towards the door to open it. I have less than no time for this, he says. Allaire drops his head and says softly. First Brill, now you. The champion stops in his tracks and turns with curiosity. What did you say, he asks. Lost in thought, Allaire almost doesn't he hear him before looking back. I'm sorry, says Allaire. That name, say it again, says Korlager, almost demanding Allaire to. Brill, says Allaire. The champion breathes loudly. I take it you met him unpleasantly. Suggest Allaire. Indeed we did. He doesn't know how to lose gracefully. He sends a deed to my place of sleep over goats that aren't mine. My farm doesn't need for them, says the champion. I was obliged to treasure before dates of deed or face breaking chassis. I know it was because he couldn't defeat me, says Korlager. Allaire looks off for a bit. Though I was wrong by him, I do not seek vengeance. That I seek redemption, says Allaire. In what way, asks Korlager, folding his arms. Allaire pulls out a scroll with designs and notes on it. You see, I make dials and other things, he says. Impressive, says the champion, looking at the scrolls in Allaire's hand. I've also made the interior for the Bell and Half Moon along with miniature versions, Allaire continues. I've heard the existence of these bells. They sing you to sleep. Are they effective, asked the champion. Incredibly, says Allaire. I have grander plans. Plans of a special dial, he says. What would make a dial special? The champion of duels couldn't understand. Dials that could tell time in the night could bring new possibilities into manufacturing. Though I'm not certain. I suspect no one else in the world has contemplated this, says Allaire. My abilities would help you further this, asked Korlager. Yes, says Allaire, getting closer. The moon hole, a special power of night. I can write a spell to harness this for the dial. Korlager walks towards the leader of the building. Allaire is almost fearful of what is to happen next. There is an abundance of treasure waiting if that's your vice, says Allaire. Korlager walks back. I'm in no need of that. My bloodline and farms keeps me in serenity. The thought of giving assistance to you somehow tells me Brill wouldn't be too fond of that. And that helps me make my decision to do it, says Corlager. Allaire is overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, he says. What would I need to do, asked the champion. Depending on your dealings with healings, this may be the hard part. Liquid of your sacred line, asked Allaire, pulling out a small capsule of glass. Corlager grabs the capsule. He smiles while rotating it. I not only own the replicas. I also own the real thing. And when you practice as much as I have, you catch yourself every once in a while. I'm not taken back by this, he says. Again, thank you, says Allaire. Before heading back in, Corlager says the look on Brill's face when he earns of this is the only thanks I want. Allaire kneels while saying noted. Chapter 8, The Taking of What is Divine. Comel looks over books in one of the trial rooms near the front of the church. Anagur reference a book for review. The mother of four had a critical eye for detail. Comel sits at the shelves of books looking for the particular book to examine. The street light sends strobes of light through the window. There was no need for a lantern. As Comel thumbs her fingers past names, she hears unsettling noises outside. Sounds of men and women in abrupt but silent cries. Rude remarks replaced gentle greets. She even heard a woman's voice say, "Why so many?" This causes Comel to stand up and walk slowly to the window. Comel peeks out the drapes to a sight she couldn't understand. Rows of marshals walking in single file line. There had to be at least 30 men and women in trench coats with swords holstered. What Comel couldn't rectify was the direction they were walking. It was clear to her the marshals were headed her way. The marshals looked like they were going to war. Why would they need to look this way for a church, she thought. Her next thought was that this is to tell her honorable news of her husband. Did they find him? Is he arrested? Comel knew he broke chassis but silently supported it. She was prepared for the worst as long as he was safe. What if the marshals came to tell her he's not? And why would they need so many? Comel couldn't tell her thoughts from the woman's voice outside anymore. Comel rushes herself towards the doors of Half Moon. Opening both doors with grace and panic both in mind. The religious mother of four steps back as the doors sway past her. The rolls of marshals stop at the road as she watch. A woman marshal breaks with formation and walks up the stairs, stopping at the stair. Of Free the Warrior of the Third Age. The marshal, well-groomed and polite, holds back an awkward of emotion. The woman acts momentarily as if she knew Comel personally before maintaining a discipline in her expression. Mrs. Ion Lume, she says. Comel stares as if there's a lump in her throat. Her palms have sweat a bit and anxious riddling her body. Yes, Ferda, she says, waiting for the news. The marshal hands Comel a scroll before saying, under Charter 432. In defiance of the voice charter, I am ordered by Knight Council to inform you the family of Summa Ion Lume no longer has heritage of Half Moon Pass Church. Comel grabs the scroll with a stare of disbelief. The marshal continues to talk. These grounds are now in dominion of Air City. You and your care must exit the building or break chassis, she ends. Comel scans the scroll to see an official notary by the Knight Council before looking at the marshal. Ferda says. Comel trying to establish an emotional peel. The marshal looks as if she want to break with her rank but doesn't. I and my fellow associates shall give you time to gather things. You have 1 hour, she says before turning around and walking back to the road. Comel holds on for all she can, but her knees buckle under her emotions and she drops to the ground in tears. All she can be heard saying was her husband's name before water bearers come to her aid. At the port house, a crowd of fishermen and commons gather at the pier while a group of men and women speak. The loudness of the group was enough that some didn't need to leave their boats if they were an eye shot. Every member of Knight Council along with their individual marshals stood at the empty body of water near the dock. A.F. Jang, Kier Y, Gri. Skirus and Dessa stood behind Brill, who held an unrolled scroll. The marshals stood in front of them as those who regular the dock approached. Skirus holds a port-house clamp in his hand. The clamp was dry, which indicated it has been out of water for a while. Gents, ladies, and laborers. Hear, hear, says Brill. Once all were stationed, Brill walks to the edge of the dock and waves his hand in the air. I'm sure we all know of one ship to take up this magnitude of space. We have no count for its placement at this moment, he says. The people talk amongst themselves, some with dust for chins, rags for shirts, others tailored and pressed. All knew of the half-moon ship. Brill walks back with his hands around his back, gripping the scroll. Our journey from brush fire to lanterns is made possible by our ethics inscribed into charter. Without it, this experience with brick roads crumbles, says Brill. Some nod, others look to each other for meaning. Skirus walks forward holding the clamp with his mechanic arm in the air. As if rehearsed, Brill points without looking. A chassis of sacred was broken. Broken by a friend. Says Brill. It hurts me to bring this to your attention, my kin. I have no reason for why one would act in such a manner. I only have my ancestors' predilections for order. A covenant before me to keep our great experience safe, says Brill. Skirus smiles, displaying dentures to match the color of the clamp. Making sure everyone eyeballs it, Skirus moves his body from left to right. De Conbia's Iron Lume has broken charters 45 and 432. The sound of shock echoed from parts of the crowd. With my fain regret. The Night Council must seize the land of Half Moon Pass and deed it heavily. Says Brill. The look on the faces in the crowd were dismayed with his words. Brill displayed empathy for their reaction. I am a great admirer of our Creator. I would never keep a soul from safe shelter. Half Moon shall stay in operation. The occupants are no longer able to serve as under Charter 7. Night Council would break chassis in slavery, he says. A relief in body language moves like a way in the crowd. Brill grins. As Skirus puts the clamp down, he whispers to Brill, mercy them, but I would keep the doors bolted, he says softly. A friendly clinch of the jaw in understanding. Brill pats Skirus on the shoulder before continuing, no one shall be dungeoned. Once returned from breaking in chassis of the anchored of his ship. All De Conbia's need is a pay of deed and public apology. This will indefinitely bring heritage back to his domain, says Brill. Dessa walks up with grace but energy in her voice. While this is a troubling thought to deal in night, I would ask charity of heart towards the Iron Lumes. This is, I'm sure, a rough transition. Remember that they were there when you were in need. Return in kind now that they are, she says. All members of Night Council turn with Skirus saying good riddance before doing so. Chatter happens amongst the crowd as they return to the night. Kier Y looks Brill's way while walking. Do you feel he'll send treasure for his misfortunes, she asks. Brill looks at Dessa, then back to Kier Y. I feel our worry friend will mend his hallow in judgment when the fate of opinion comes barreling down, says Brill. Kin Thursday nay. Says Kier Y to Brill. Dessa looks Kier Y's way as to suggest she claims territory over him. Remember your roots. When you were in need as child. De Con stayed with you when your mother passed, she says. Brill, seemingly unsettled, clears his throat. We are the children of the night. We cannot bleed into favoritism, he says. Two marshals opened the doors to the porthouse steps as all members of council walk up them. I do not wish we act this way. That I only preface. De Con's nature is not that of a murderer. We should stay mindful of this, she says. Dessa speaks. If the deed is not paid, I will make personal my mission to set him in the cleanness of dungeons. After ending her words, Dessa holds back a laugh that Skirus doesn't care to. Laughter. One just of secretions, not droppings, he says while laughing. Kier Y looks at Skirus with reframe. It's a mystery our mothers socialized, she says to him. In the Goa Pri angle, Alaire works passionately in the back of his shop. The flow of customers picked up slightly unusually since last. So much so Wana hired another to help with the traffic at times multiples. Nakin would help where she could outside of attending to her trial scrolls. The influx should bring in good moods, but it was hard for Wana to stay in one. Wana, though with help, felt her husband should be present to the success of his Kodros. Both Kodros Bell and Dials were becoming of interest. Wanna hired a young man named Jelmu who lived a street over. When the last set of customers were on their way, Wanna instructed Jelmu to seek for her once the next batch arrived. Wanna walks to the back of the shop and disrobe her apron. She hesitate a bit to walk further, just a bit. She's visited Alaire's machine room countless of times but never seen all of his machines on at once. The press steamed. The spell engraved needle engine lit up. The blade gear turned and even the minerals in the pot by the fireplace glowed in heat. Alaire was seen over the mineral pot pouring a glass capsule slowly into the mineral pot. The capsule was about the size of feather pin in length and half that of a banana in width. Once Wanna lost interest in machine noise, she could see the capsule was with blood. Alaire pours a small portion into the minerals. The liquid instantly glowed and burnt away once touching the inside of the pot. Wanna didn't know if she was need of concern. She was unsure if selling blood in a product should be allowed or morally thought of. She makes sure to wait until Alaire is finished to catch his attention. "Will you be planned to assist soon?" she asked, trying to talk over machine noise. Alaire with his great hearing instantly heard her and turned after removing the pot with protectors on and closing the iron bar gate. "I've done it," Wanna says, Alaire in suspense. Wanna looks in concern. "Done what, my love?" she asks. "I've achieved the magic needed for a night dial," he says while pouring his mineral liquid into the casing box carefully as it was still hot. "Without the sun?" she asks. Alaire closes the box, allowing for the liquid to shape and steam to leave the sides. "Yes. With the right language of spell and some help of need sources, I can influence shadow to cast a reliable shade at night for a dial," he says. "This sounds like more magic for treasure," she says. Alaire looks at her before turning off all machines. "Indeed," he says. "I dislike where this is going," she says with an unsettling posture. "I remember myself agreeing with you in the past that we don't know if we can control. That it could harm or even bring unwanted attention. Doving into magic without care is unpredictable," she says. Alaire looks up after turning off the last machine. "My love. After the night before. My mind is starting to clear itself of the blur," he says. Wanna walks up to Alaire, who's peppered in metal shavings and dust. "You speak in ways that terrify me," she says. An enchanted of a unknown smile and chuckle comes over her husband, who seems to pass of her concerns as juvenile. "My love. What if we saw things incorrect? What if what we thought was unspeakable was our very salvation?" he says. Wanna gently brushes her hand across his face. "Wanna, I need this. Not now do I need your judgment. Please do not join the likes of Galthin," he says. "Why would I be aligned with greed?" she softly asks. "The church bell. Naka's bell," says Alaire. He breaks with his wife to take gears off the press and drop them in the work sink behind them. "What wrong?" she asks. Alaire cleans the gears, upset. "Don't ignore me. Please share," she says, still soft in voice but worried in eye. Alaire quietly but angrily drops his rag in the gear and shuts the water off. The snorkeling of pigs was alive and well at mass the night before, he says. Wanna instantly found meaning in Alaire's words. She pauses before saying, "He took what was yours. I left with only a pouch full. What we're to make tonight on our own," he says. Wanna, feeling sorrow for Alaire, walks up from behind and grabs Alaire at the waist. She rests her head on his shoulder. "I dread your hurt, my love," she says. Alaire exhales silently at his wife's touch. "You were the wiser all along. I still know a way to sail the world," he says. "I am in no requirement of seas to keep me, my love," she says. Alaire rubs her hand. "I know there's more to you than that." Alaire steps from their unity at the sink and walks towards his box. Still in mood, Wanna looks with a soft smile as Alaire opens the casing. The shop owner quietly and slowly retries something from the casing. Wanna walks over in support and curiosity. Alaire stares in silence. A purple coupling of severely thin, smooth-edge cast iron he holds. Wanna thought this was jewelry. "We're makers of king's gold now?" she asks. Alaire turns to her and says, "Once I carve the necessary numbers, you'll be able to know the sun's location in the dark." Jelmu breaks up the conversation from the distance. We have more, he says. Wana turns and signals she on her way. Just a moment, she says. Jelmu nods and leaves. Wana turns and kiss Alair. I have to return to our salvation. With all you. Do know that the world is filled with more than snorkeling animals. Know that it will see in you what I see, she says. After an Eskimo kiss, Wana parts with Alair. The shopmaker walks to the roof of the shop to test his new invention. After closing the attic doors behind, Alair walks out to the roof. The night was alive and well in Air City. Smoke stacked pipes from buildings and splotches of people on the road. The moon was full like a belly at feast. Alair wore a coat for the weather. He raises his wrist to the moon to see the engraved numbers light up on his dial. Once he resend his arm and bend it to check its function. Alair raised an eyebrow of alarm. The numbers tattooed like inside the wrist of jewelry deems. Still with his arm bent as he stare at his wrist, he sighs. I was there and lost it, he says in disappointment. Once he dropped his arms, the coupling lights up again. A small swirl of wind produces itself out of thin air over Alair's wrist. The light was in shades of purple from light at its surface to pollen dark at the root. Alair stepped back in shock and curiosity. He raised his wrist once more to stare at it. Rotating his wrist, he says, the numbers lighting up again. Once thick. The swirl sits in air, lightly bouncing. Alair, fascinated by it, looks in glee. Night bomb magic was definitely heard of. Some with practice could produce it. Alair felt proud he was able, as it was a rare ability of his kin. He heard of warriors using this magic but never thought he would achieve it. The achievement whipped his mind of his mission to create a dial. Now Alair wanted to experience with his creation. Alair moved to extend his finger to touch the swirl of thick purple light. An unusual behavior happens. The light reacts. The light itself jumps back just as Alair did earlier. Alair seemed confused. It was as if the light had a soul. Had a mind. Had thoughts. White flares and teleportation aren't beings of life. They are ways in which Alya allows her people to move and fight. Alair was sure if night bomb magic had a spirit, the elders in his day would have wrote about it. Alair knew this to be strange. He goes to touch it again. The purple light moves to the side. It then swirls around his finger like a rope and back to itself. The light acted as an animal trying to trust something or someone different from itself. Alair was sure the light trusted him after the next event. The light grew thicker and bigger, wrapping his arm like a snake. Alair grew in excitement instead of fear. He could feel new emotions. At first he thought they were his, but the imprint on them seemed of another. Alair was now sure the night bomb magic had a conscience. And he could feel its approval of him. Alair, in experience, pointed towards the attic doors. The purple light of smoke jetted towards the doors like a spear and grabbed at the handles, opening them up. Alair, filled with joy, smiled and even chuckled a bit. The purple light comes back and looks into his face for his approval before wrapping back around his arm like a snake. The shopmaker no longer cares about dials. Just then he hears his wife asking for help. In the southwestern region of Ang Forest, a flat plain in the forest laid the remains of those from Alawa's way. Protected by thorn-made fencing as high as a waistline. Grave plots lay in the middle of the forest. This was the land of the passing as known by the people of Alawa. There was only one way in and out of the graveyard. The yard extended for a football field in length, though it was half filled. The Alawas didn't fear death. The people of the forest only fear holding on to this world before returning to Alya. Alawa's way lived with purpose and courage. They never seen their ways away from Air City as a mistake. They felt it was written by those beyond their understanding to be who they are for a great reason they will only understand in death. Therefore the Alawas felt death was just a closer understanding to identity. Holding on to this life when purpose was near would block the message they seek all their lives. Walking in this land, Day Khan calmly follows Nemji to a tomb that stands out. 3 spears rest near this tomb. From the color of the spears, Day Khan can tell they've been in place a while. Healers in Air City informed all in trials the color of bones at they age. These spears weren't the same color of Prine's or Quay's spears. Their spears were pure white, from what is known. Bone sword and spears in use age slower. The spears on the tomb were a tunnish color. They sat at this tomb many seasons. Nemji stops and kneels before looking at Day Khan. Day Khan knows it is expected of him to do the same. He kneels and returns to height. The religious leader has never been to this place and knew the significance of this gesture from Nemji. If the people did not trust him, they wouldn't have shown him the land of their dead. The stone plot was twice that of the others around it. Engraved into it was a name Day Khan already knew even if the land was unfamiliar. The name on the stone said Diha. Day Khan looks further to confirm what his eyes sees. So this is, he says. Day Khan. Nemji, composed with Day Khan's ring on, says yes. The one who was defied by Endisna. The one who fought with his kin for survival, she says. Day Khan removes the remaining leaves off the tomb to get a better look. I've read what I could about him. Though there isn't much said of him. I know he didn't make it to see the end of his war, says Day Khan. Nemji walks over to the tomb with grief in her steps. He tried to hold on as much as he could. But his illness got stronger in age, she says. Day Khan bows once again. I'm sorry for your loss, no matter hold far back, he says. Nemji looks at him and speaks. I don't see it as a lose. Only a devotion in life, even if death stalks, she says. Day Khan turns back to look at the tomb. Nemji says, I bring you here so you know our fight isn't with you. It's with the forest, she says. Day Khan looks back confused. What do you mean, he says. Nemji gently grabs and opens his hand. I love Diha with all of my lessons from my elders, but even I knew Endisna was right, the forest. The day curse. They are shackles and dungeons to us in thoughts. We will have to part with the forest as a child from their mother, she says. Day Khan looks down at his hand. Inside your hand is not age but resistance to an idea, she says. What is this idea, says Day Khan. Nemji gives him back his hand, looks around. The idea that you were always meant to be what you see. The land of the passing is where my loved ones learn they will see a new version of themselves. It's not age that changes you. It's quest of the soul, she says. All my life I look to bring my kin into a depth that the presence falls to give, says Day Khan. Nemji looks back. Yet you stand before me. Ring on my finger as evidence the presence recoils to growth, she says. Day Khan B is knew she was talking about Brill. I am here against the wishes of my government. I'm sure you notice my ship docked in the shadow, he says. Nemji brushes her finger on the ring. The prisoner will strike the guard down if they decide to free them from what they only know, she says. Dayan Khan knew Brill was the prisoner. I will face the consequences of my actions, yes. Death is not one of them. Dungeons perhaps, says Day Khan. Nemji sits on the tomb. Why do you believe this will not path you, she asks. I've broken chassis. I've not act in murder, says Day Khan B is sitting next to her on the ledge of the massive stone. Endisna did no act when he broke with Diha for lands outside Ang. Deaths came from that decision, she says. Day Khan looks for meaning in both her eyes and words. I've done nothing to warrant death. But if it's the next chapter, I shall join the land of passing. As you said. The greater message of purpose waits beyond this realm, says Day Khan. Do you know why it's a mountain hill of a task to rid oneself of this world being discovering the meaning of purpose in the next life, asked Nemji. I've never contemplated this, no, says Day Khan. To embrace death and move to purpose of life. We must forgive ourselves of the bonds we break once we pass. If not, we sit blind in the rock of eternity. Your family, you love them, but if you tie yourself selfishly to this world, the soul will shackle, she says. I love all. I will never hold myself in ego nor fear. If death awaits me, I go with Alya. If I'm to save as many as I can from these shackles you speak of, I must, he says. Day Khan touches her ring. If we never speak again, I wish you think of me when you touch this, he says. And if we do, she asks. Day Khan lightly smiles. If and when we meet again. All of Aang will embrace the future, he says. Nemji hugs him as they part the land of the passing. Day Khan walks the way told to him back to his ship. Quay and Prine awaits their leader. I feel what he warns of will be greater than expected, says Prine. All three of the Alawa tribe watches in the distance as Day Khan disappears. We will feed our kin without the authority of the hateful. Even their own knows this. What will come will not end us. I have to believe this, she says. Quay looks with concern and stays seconds longer staring at Day Khan. Quay turns and walks with his kin as they move in the opposite direction of Day Khan is. The Half Moon Pass ship glides smoothly down the banks of Dihar River. The wind pokes at the sail of the top post. Trees look as if they move away from the large ship. Some saw the ship as it passed their smaller boats. The ship was builded by Rothru as a challenge from one friend to the next. The Iron Lumes are a name of wealth. Their place of residence also resides in the Caslordon Angle. Gal Thin was never worried the Ion Lumes would not pay and treasured his labors to make the biggest boat in Aang. The challenge wasn't the boat's size. Day Khan is challenged Gal Thin to make a ship massive, yes, but also simple in function, a ship where all functions were in one place. A ship where if needed one could steer it. All ships have massees, captains, so that the owners could worry of other things. Day Khan also likes to steer. Day Khan was of wealth, but the religious leader never seen himself as a labor chief or king. Day Khan powers his ship ahead alone. He felt involving a lair was the extent of drawing anyone into his affairs. He wished not to have a massy break chassis as well. Day Khan steers in his ship in the dark with lanterns lit at the top of each post. This allows boats to see him and him them. Day Khan is familiar with certain trees and shapes of rocks he passes. His family fishes these waters frequently. Day Khan knew he was a couple hours away from the gate of the Porthouse Tunnel. He already made peace with himself of his punishment. He knew he would return not a free man. Whatever the fine, he would pay it. Today Khan is. His actions prevented death. He saved a tribe from the prejudice of his people. In the not too far distance, Day Khan sees a slightly smaller boat by post lantern. From the size and shape he knew this was a martial boat. He clenched his jaw knowing he was spotted. Day Khan knew they would look for him. He knew once Brill found out they send for him. How he would find out Day Khan wouldn't have known, but that he would, he was sure. The father of four wishes to be apprehended inside the walls of his city. This is why he tenses up. The judgment was coming too soon. As the boats look to pass in opposite direction, two marshals hold up their lanterns. By way of Air City, we wish to aboard your vessel, sir, they say. Day Khan nods in agree and moves to anchor the boat. Both marshals anchor the silver boat of charter as well. The first marshal boards the boat. Dawning of evening, my good sir, says Day Khan is nervous. The marshal makes no attempt to recognize his words. The man in trench coat and sword of authority looks throughout the ship. Eventually he speaks. Are you the only presence here, he asks. Yes, says Day Khan. With the size of this. I expected a different answer, says the marshal. I'm head of Half Moon Pass. A night in the river alone clears my head, sir, says Day Khan is. After looking again, the marshal looks to his boat. He signals with his hand at the other marshal. Once he returns focus, he asks a question in a more serious tone. Half Moon Pass was docked by way of Night Council. You know this ship breaks chassis being here? He says. Day Khan looks dreadfully. I'm that of an old man. It's rare, but in my capacity to be stubborn, he says. The other marshal walks aboard and stops behind the first marshal. That you are, he says. The backdrop of the night hides the top half of his body. Day Khan notices his voice. Have we met, he says, looking over to the second marshal. He can't make out his face by way of shadow. In many ways yes, but other ways no, he says. Day Khan starts to home in on the voice. The golden dial on the marshal's hand give way to his identity. Covell? He asked softly in shock. The marshal walks out of the shadow as the lanterns of Day Khan's ship reveals his face. Correct, father. He says with a blank stare. Covell's face had no emotion and no judgment. His eyes cold as if he wasn't raised by the man he talks to. Day Khan's eyebrows arch. When were you a marshal, he asked. The first marshal steps aside while Covell walks up. His hair cut and silken when it once touched his collar. Since tonight. There is a new night of half moon, he says. What do you mean, Day Khan asks. Covell begins to walk with his hands behind his back. The first marshal doesn't speak in the matters of family. Because of your love of those underneath the trees. Our way of life has been stripped from us by charter, he says. Day Khan begins to walk up. Not any further, says the first marshal, beginning to reach for his sword. What is this? I need clarity. Where's your mother, asked Day Khan. The once blank face of solitude starts to break. My mother. Your wife, who you vowed to never abandon, was made to leave her house of worship. Our laborers sent off. She cries in bed for your return, says Covell. Comel, says Day Khan, looking off. He snaps back and says. Son, you have to know I didn't mean for this. Once I return I will make this right. The words of the religious leader brings Covell back to stone. There is no need, father. I've step in where you leave. Says Covell in full judgment. The words of the son terrified Day Khan is. What have you done, he says with stern fear in his face. Covell stops walking back and forth. His arms no longer to his side. I went to the council. I plead in ways a pig would shame me for. And now. Covell trails a bit. Day Khan doesn't take his eyes off his son. And now what, he says with dread. Covell looks in him the eye with more confidence than before. And now I am ambassador of the new Charter Moon Temple, he says. The what, says Day Khan. The leader no longer in concern. Your breaking of chassis repeatedly has made so that the city now owns the church. To keep from rags and dust. I've made so that mother continues to lay comfortably in silk. Your mother is more than wells of gold, says Day Khan is feeling like he needs to teach his son. Your family is more than tree stalkers, says Covell. Day walks to Covell while saying enough. Covell pushes Day Khan back with a draw of his sword. The new marshal pulls his sword quick, dragging the tip of the blade across Day Khan's chest in the process. You have been warned, says Covell. Day Khan fights falling. He reaches for his chest to see blood in his hand. My son, he says with faint breath. Look at you. We are above such things. Don't do this, he says. Covell break. You took Del Lore with you. You made me sing like amusement to a king in front of all for years. You never let me decide my purpose, he says. Your purpose was at my side as my son, says Day Khan on his knee. Covell walks up. My purpose is none of your concern anymore, father. Says the son, grinning his teeth as he talks. Day Khan pleads with him. Look what Brill has done to you. You were never in lust for power, he says. Covell grabs his father at the throat. Day Khan, weakened by the first blow, grasps for air as Covell raises him from his knee. The first marshal looks with no hesitation as this takes place. Covell's facial expression tells of a man who waited in shadow for this day. Kin Thone was there for me when you were off choosing bones over silver. Tell me, father. Do you feel you will see their monstrosity of a bloodline greet you at Eternity Rock? Or will all you fought for your whole life reject your very soul, says Covell. The choking strikes the air into Day Khan's lungs. His last words are, please. Please. I can't. I can't. Covell cuts his eyes and plunges his sword into Day Khan's stomach. Well, don't. He says, responding to his father. After releasing him, Day Khan drops to the floor. Laying on his side, eyes still opened. Covell stares at his father's lifeless body while whipping his sword. The first marshal walks up and places his hand on his shoulder. It had to be done, he says. Covell nods to the reassurance. You will now be a pillar of a new way of knight, he says. Covell places his sword in his holster while saying, we are not done yet. The first marshal nods. I'll move the boat. You place the ship as a wreckage, says the first marshal. After the first marshal leaves, Covell grabs the arms of his father and lifts him. He places him at the wheel of the ship. Once the marshal boat is freed and both unanchored, Covell steers his father's hand. The ship goes a few yards before the sun purposely drives it into the rock terrain of the shore nearby. He holds on as the wood stretches from the rock, tearing into the bottom. He made sure to stay put as the ship rips loudly. Covell wanted the ship to be found. He wanted it as close to the rocks as possible that water wouldn't flood the ship. He didn't want any of it to sink. After what felt like an age, the ship finally stops with a lowered tone of noise coming from the bottom. The ship was now gripped by the shore. The marshal boat arrives minutes later. As Covell parts, he looks at his father and say to his lifeless body, "Speak well of me to the princes of Soul's father." The look on Covell's face almost shows vulnerability before it doesn't. Covell closes his trench coat and steps back onto the platform of the marshal boat. As they leave, Day Khan's necklace, the one his wife gifted him for marriage, breaks apart. It falls to the floor. The man of hope, the man of ethics who tries to link two different worlds, was no more. At Alaire's shop, the customer traffic picked up more than normal. Alaire was making dials every day. The Codros were no longer sailing. The success of the church bell surpassed what was expected of all. Half Moon Pass Church, located deep in Zone 1, could be heard and felt from all angles in 1 and Zone 2. Rothru grew their treasury by the sale of cloth pins. The pins allowed for people at any time to avoid spell of sleep. The bell was chartered to ring 5 days a week, once a day. With the popularity of rest, the people of Air City were now invested into time. Most relied on the bell, which slowed down the sell of the smaller Codros. Ironically, the dials Alaire fought hard to sell, he found hard to keep in shop. Alaire helps Wana arrange the display at the window while Gelmu traverse with customers. A small crowd can be seen through the glass gathering into line formation. Wana looks up while Alaire focuses. "We may need to relocate up the road to a bigger building," she says. The lanterns lit the road well as Alaire looked up to see the crowd. "When I walk past the church, I'm a mix between condemnation and gratitude for it. The bell reminds me of their shadow smiles," he says. Wana pulls out cloth pins. "Which is why we have these when it hauls," she says. Alaire looks up to see cloth pins in her hand. He knew they weren't of his own. The edges smoother and the carvings deeper with thicker metal than what he could get his hands on. "Who gave you this?" he asked. Wana, not seeming to understand, asks, "What do you mean?" Alaire holds her hand while looking over the cloth pins. "These are from the back," she says. Alaire turns one of the pair over and sees the signature of Rothru cut into the pin in small letters. "I'm not a want of attention to leave my mark," he says. Wana, realizing the maker of the pins, does her best not to wound her husband's ego. "Maybe a customer left them," she says. Alaire, not looking up, says, "No. Gaul Thin forged more a day than I can in a week. It's how he makes treasure off the bell and Half Moon. The ways of Midtown," he says. "I am sorry, my love," she says, feeling embarrassed. Before Alaire could speak, voices of the crowd grabs his attention. Both husband and wife looks up to see the crowd unwontedly disperse. Out of the crowd are marshals by the dozen. Alaire stands up while trying to understand through the window what takes place. Behind the marshals, walking slow, are all 7 members of the Night Council. Black suit and ball gowns, they approach Alaire's shop. On the outside of the glass, Dessa makes a small comment to Jang. "I'm still in need of a reason why they would lay rest in any of these mockery of buildings," she says while looking around. As Alaire walks out of his shop, Marshal, once facing his way, turns and speaks to the now unorganized crowd. "All of Goapri. All of Goapri. Please hear me," says the Marshal, getting all to hear. Alaire steps out, looking at all on the road. his hands to his side in frustration. This shop is now in briefing of charter. For the moment until further informed. This shop cannot service this angle, he says. A hollow roar of the crowd in displeasure sounds off. Allaire cries out. How dare you, he says. The marshals in the crowd push and shove at the people in the road. Allaire pleads with the marshal walking in his shop to inform his customers. What make of you? Are you hearing me, he asks, but the marshal stays locked into telling the customers. A briefing of charter. Please leave where you are, says the marshal. Customers, seeing seriousness of the situation, leave as politely and nervously as they could. Allaire comes back out to see Brill stand in the middle of the council watching as marshals push people up the road. Allaire locks his eyes with Brill. It's not enough to still my thoughts. You come for my pride as well, asks Allaire. Juana comes out to Allaire's side. Mr. Magician, we have things to discuss, says Brill as he walks towards Allaire. Fearing her husband's temper, Juana holds on to her husband's arm trying to stop him, but he pulls away and walks towards Brill. What would I have to converse about with your ilk, says Allaire. Brill stops and underhandedly points at all the buildings around the shop. I'm not surprised to see life of this angle though, and the numbers here I'm at a correction with myself, he says. No star sailing. Why are you scaring my customers, asks Allaire in an even more threatening voice. Brill smiles after looking around. Spoken like a mid-towner. Impressive, says Brill. Why are you here, screams Allaire. The sound of Allaire speaking to Brill in a high octave triggers Brill. You caretake to chastiser my magician friend, says Brill. I did no such thing, says Allaire. Brill become cocky. He walks around looking into the glass window at displays and then the help of the shop. Did you not make a key for one day con B as Ian Lume, ask Brill. A nonchalantly confused Allaire speaks. Yes. What does this have to do with our affairs, ask Allaire. Brill turns back as Allaire turns to him. The ship of the church was anchored for defying Charter 432 of Air City. Allaire looks concerned. I was told he lost his key. I only tried to help what I thought was a friend. Brill stops at Allaire. You really aren't familiar with your charters, he says. No, I guessing I aren't, says Allaire. Feeling delighted to speak of his profession, Brill picks up his step a bit. Walking back to the rest of the night council, Brill speaks. At any time a ship or boat is anchored. It is only the port-house clerk's duty to undo its locks. And they can only do so by the notary of a night council member. Charter 103, says Brill. This is unfair. You're using your seat at the charter building as a monarchy, says Allaire. Brill smiles while sighing. I'm only informing one who I'm tasked with protecting how he has stepped out of his pack with his city. You've broken the trust of your people by aiding a repeated chastiser, says Brill. Juana, fearing the judgment of the council, steps in. What is to make of him? My husband, she asks in despair. Brill is handed a scroll from Kier Y from her pouch. My lady, the council isn't tyrannical. At least not the way he thinks. 350 tin is deeded for the defiance. Once received you can return to selling your toys, says Brill with a smile. Allaire grabs the scroll and unrolls it. After reading he notes something. There is 6 names signed here. Yours is absent, he says. Gel, come out please, says Brill. The young man comes out walking with shame in his step. Juana looks confused. Where are you two? She says. Brill reaches out his arm as Gel walks into him. Without breaking from Allaire, Brill asks the young man a question. Speak once again what you saw, my good sir, says Brill. The help stand inches shorter than Brill, and Allaire at first buries his face into the councilman's chest before looking at Allaire. The labor chief has magic in his dial, says Gel. Juana laughs a bit. Now this is golden. A spy who lies, she says. Allaire turns around with a dreadful look on his face. Juana looks still at Gel until knowing that Allaire is silent. Juana looks with concern at her husband. I'm not convinced he spies with lies, says Allaire. Juana is shocked and disillusioned. What are you say, Allaire, she says. Before he could speak, Gel talks. He has a special one. It's purple. He keeps it in his pocket, says the boy. Wana widens her eyes. The night dial. She yells. It is more than that of a dial, says Alaire. Brill weighs in. For once we agree, my friend, he says. Alaire turns around. I would friend a daylight member before you, he says. Wana says I've warned you of magic. We are now in unwanted company, she says. Brill pushes the boy, now feeling he has all he needs. The boy, confused, looks at Brill. You promised me, he says. Skirus throws him a pouch of tin. 25 tins. It's all there, he says. The boy catches the bag and counts it. Wana looks in disgrace. Is that all you are worth, she asks. Gel smiles and says. That it takes a week to see this from you before running off. Brill speaks. I knew you were made of secrets beyond what the city sees. Your designs and desires to see beyond your slums. You see, Alaire. Air City isn't what it is because of the noble, as I'm sure you were taught. Even Day Khan B knows this, says Brill. The Ayan Lumeas brought me to you. As much as I'm concerned. You're the same, says Alaire. Brill smiles. You mean the hopeless romantic over the primitive? We are not the same. He much believes his falsehoods as you do, says Brill. At this moment Alaire begins to realize he was wrong about Day Khan. Marshals and council steps back in fear, the contents spill into the street causing a blaze. A marshal heads for the many of water buckets nearby to put out the flame. Brill sees the and laughs. Not to worry, I'll help you, he says. He points to the bucket. Alaire says that's enough. The purple light races towards the bucket of water on the road before the marshal could near it. Like a spatula, the light thins itself to reach up under the bucket and lifts it. Brill can't contain his smile in the process. He uses the light to empty the bucket on the lantern before it could reach a house. The light retracts back to him. Dessa, now feeling the worst is over, applauds Brill as he takes the coupling off. You were amazingly a daze, she says as she runs up to hold Brill from the back. Kier Y looks with a suspicious stare. I knew those two were a passion, she says. The purple light is now gone without the coupling on a wrist. You have outdone your magical, says Brill. Wana speaks out loud. My love, what have you done, she cries. Alaire walks up to Brill and says. The accord has been complete. Sign the scroll. An amused Brill pockets the coupling while saying. I've taught you well, it seems. Yes. Hand me the scroll, says Brill to the marshal. The trenchcoat man is a bit afraid to hand the council man the scroll as he walks over the spilled lantern. Brill looks at it and says. I like your spirit and integrity. You could have used the dial on any one of us and yet you choose not to, he says. Alaire says, unlike you, I seek not to harm. Even if I planned to, it would be a selfish choice that would take me from my family, he says. Brill seems falsely concerned with Alaire's reasoning. Correct, he says. As he pulled out a pin, he stops. Alaire looking desperately at the scroll, and then Brill says. What is it? Brill places the feathered pin in his mouth and says. A man of your brilliance would have more than one lying around, I'm sure of it. Alaire doesn't speak. The non-verbal reaction gives Brill a confident grin. Mr. Magician, your integrity is but a ghost in your face, he says. Sign the scroll, says Alaire. Brill rolls up the scroll. Alaire looks with anger, unable to do anything. I'm not the one to treat my fellow councilman and woman unfairly. If they are to fashion one as well. And all the rest contents is destroyed. I will write my name and give you back. Peace, he says, extending his hand. You've given me no reason to trust your words, says Alaire. This is true, but I'm not afraid that you have no choice, says Brill. Wana walks up. A marshal begins to stop this but is stopped by Brill. Without your chair. Without your bloodline. You are what warriors would scoff at, she says. Brill looks down, holding back a laugh while saying, I'm sure this is true. But my lady. I'm not the one with the blade to my throat, he says. Wana, says Alaire. She stares Brill down before returning. Dials for your majesty. And then you leave, he says. Brill kneels and says, but of course. Allaire walks back to his shop. What are you doing, says Juana as she tries to stop him. I'm keeping our daughter safe. He says, she pleads with him. I know you're sincere. I'm sure you're misguided. Their power knows a corrupt moral drunk in self, she says. Allaire kisses her and says, I trust your worry. You always wanted me safe. My love. Let me worry for you and keep you safe, he says. Juana kisses her husband before interrupted. Dial makers, we haven't all night, yells Skirus. Allaire looks back at it's the eyes of a devil. He then turns to head back into his shop. I need 1 hour, he says. Brill cuts the corner of his eyes. He signals everyone to come into the shop. Juana, now feeling like Allaire, can only watch as her home is invaded by those she wished never to serve. Allaire stands at the front of his shop watching his government exit. Marshals walked out in units of 2 carrying the mineral pots and metal plates. All that contained moon magic were in their possession. The shop owner knew he couldn't trust Brill's word but felt he had no choice but to give him all his moon magic work. Before he could understand what he made, it was taken from him. His hard work swiped by the jackboot thief he calls councilman. He mocks Allaire for being without, and yet he takes. Allaire wanted vengeance. He wanted death of Brill. He never would wish this until now. Still, Allaire thinks of his family. Killing Brill would satisfy the moment but not the future. Even now, in moments of dread, the dial maker hopes for the future. One by one, man and woman of wealth and power walks out his shop with more than he wanted them to have. Each with a purple wrist reflecting lanterns. Not even a thanks from them. The Knight Council were compassionate and selflessly risking their lives in the tells, Allaire was told. None in his presence match or came close to the respect he knew. Air City was all he knew and made possible by hearts braver than his. The hate in his heart grew when he had none. The respect for Air City was dying in him. Do we name them, says Gree towards AF. Allaire's craft wasn't taken seriously, he felt. Once more the power he created. Allaire knew this would destroy the city after giving the coupling to Brill. Allaire somehow starts to become at peace with Air City no longer being called home. With that very thought he almost welcomed the ignorance of power. Juana walks out and breaks Allaire's thoughts with her words. They say the sound of a tree new dying is unbearable. Allaire, without breaking concentration on the marshals and Knight Council, says. And what do you say? Juana fold her arms while saying. I say the sound from my dining room was worse. Allaire turns to his wife and says. How long do you think before they're back with more greed and broken truths, ask Allaire. I don't trust my answer, she says. Juana turns and look at Allaire with vulnerability in her eyes. That confidence has fallen lately, she says. Allaire speaks in a soft but vulnerable will. I felt I needed more time before I have something to tell you, he says. He knew his wife felt he should have told her about the coupling. Our journey is to learn together, Allaire, she says. The shop owner makes no sound, feeling she has a point. Kinga walks from the road up to Allaire and Juana as they hug. The panic in her body language catches Juana's attention. Kinga is normally reserved when she visits. I thought they took me for a fool. It's true. Take a look, she says. From her wool coat, Kinga pulls out a tiny plate and hands it to Allaire. This is a death record from Dehud, Hospital of Healers, says Juana. De Conbi is Ian Lume, says Allaire in a soft but terrified voice. Juana frantically places her hand over her mouth to stop herself from screaming. His wife was sent for. They found him down the river, says Kinga says. Shaking his head, Allaire says. I saw him not too long ago. Kinga places her hands on her head. I'm without words. I have nothing to think clear of anymore. First they lose the church and then a father. A husband, says Kinga in hysteria. They lost the church, ask Allaire. Kinga calms herself before saying. The charter took it. Marshals they have, she says, trying to make sense with words. But what for, ask Wana, walking up to Kinga. I haven't a clue, she says. I wish to lay down a bit, she says before leaving. Alair looks into his shop and back at the plate in cold marvel black. I know he has to do with this, he says. Who, says Wana. Who else, says Alair. She shakes her head. He's a councilman, she says. He's a thief, replies Alair. I don't know this city. I call it home, says Wana with her palm to her forehead. Alair looks to the moon once more. If what you say is true. You've handed a weapon of unknown possibilities to a murder, she says. Breathe, my love, says Alair. What of our daughter, she says. We need to see him, he says. See who, says Wana, walking back and forth. Alair grabs her shoulder, bringing her attention back to him. We need to go to Dayhood. Wana stands still. Do not ask me to bear their precious again. That I can't. I know they'll be there, she says. Alair reaches in his pocket. Wana stares at his pocket while saying, I don't know if there's any more I can take from your mystery pouch. Alair pulls out a large key. Take Naka and meet me at the port house in 3 hours, he says. We haven't made enough for boats, she says. The time to sail is now. Take what we need. I'll figure out the rest, he says. Are we to cease with what we know and love, she asks. The shop owner walks into the shop and grabs his coat. This city is not where I want to teach my daughter in ethics. Sailing the world with you at my side. It comes now. Says Alair before hugging and kissing Wana. Go now, he says before teleporting down the street. Wana looks at her husband teleporting down the street and then the key. This is for us, she says as she walks back into the shop. Chapter 9, Reapers of the Night. The Night Tribe people had many powers if trained, for they could unlock. Starting off as hunters and merging into warriors, they've reached the abilities of teleportation of up to 7 yards. The Night Tribe could also set their entire body on fire in a white flame known as white flare, which gives them extra strength. The peak of their abilities as a collective is night magic. A purple smoke-like light that forms into a circular cloud and can be used like a bullet. This was hard to train for, as it took a lot of understanding and accepting of their abilities, over the ages of thousands of years. The Night Tribe became more civilized and trained less, which caused many not to know their limits or what's beyond them. Rare breeds could use moon magic. Moon magic turned white flares slightly blue and created a soul pressure that froze people nearby into place like an orbit. All of this was slowly learned as a people. All of these abilities cannot be used during the day. Eliel's sons stopped this for them. They called this the Day Curse. The people of Ing stayed in their forest as it protected them from the outside world. If they had abilities they were sure others did, they were sure others would take advantage of them. The only ability they learned they've had during the day was healing abilities. It was the one thing they felt Alia, the spirit of the Night Tribe, gave them. The power to heal wounds and diseases. This power could not return someone from death. If the wounds were too deep, the illness too strong, healing would not work. Over time, those who practiced more and more to learn the limits of this power were called healers. All healers came together to start a group called the Surveyors. In keeping in culture of the eye of the forest that watches over the people. The Surveyors watched over the sick and wounded. The Eye of Alia was a spirit eye that floated above the forest, granting passage in the forest only to those who meant no harm. The healers dedicate themselves to this philosophy. Their place of business is known as Dayhood. The third largest building in Air City outside the charter and church buildings. Dayhood never asked for a fee. They act in love of their own. The Night Council's fifth charter allowed for portions of treasures from deeds to go to the Surveyors. An act in gratitude for keeping the people of Air City safe. Charter 10 created what called death records. Plates of marvel that noted when a surveyor couldn't keep someone from death. The Dayhood building was located in the Roya Mare angle. The building has the Eye of Alia carved into the stone of every wall and the stone painted gray. All of other buildings in Air City were either velvet red, dark brown or black. Daehood wanted to stand out if anyone needed to identify it in an emergency. Outside the front steps of the Daehood building a large crowd grew. Word spread fast of Dae Khan B's death. Marshals were instructed to keep a barrier. Those uninjured must stay back to allow those in need to come in and out. The play writers, poetic and record keepers of all in the city were first in the mob with scrolls and feathers of ink. Nearby residents were looking to make sense of a tragedy. Dae Khan B's was a loved member of the city. He helped people make sense of their emotions when they visited Half Moon Pass Church. A head of the surveyors walks out in a velvet red robe to greet the night council members. The crowd of 200 were split by marshals guiding the council members up the steps to the surveyor. At first people were offended from behind as they were shoved. Once recognized, no one said a word. The marshals were authority and the council governed that authority. Once at the top of the steps, Brill speaks with the surveyor as people watch on. Both men make sure to speak silently to themselves. Other members of council spoke as well. This made the crowd look intently. The surveyor nodded his head and lightly tapped Brill's shoulder before moving on back into Daehood. Brill speaks with a marshal who speaks to the crowd. For the time being, the council asked that only family come forward. The chattered amongst the crowd slowly quiet. A sea of faces place theirs onto the wife and children of Dae Khan. Talia walks with dry tears, doing her best to hide them. Ko Dae has a face of despair. Del Lor walks with a deep anger repressed. Ko Vel walks with worry collecting the scenery. Their mother walks like a ghost. She stared straight, but anyone in her path knew she wasn't looking at them. She was focused into the nothing. Dread on her face that neither Talia nor Ko Dae could match. All 5 members of Ayan Lume. All 5 church leaders who were now subordinates meets with the council at the top. The mood was twice-fold. Del Lor was the only who barely pretended. The night council forced him from a place he loved. Del Lor was not able to forget this. They were allowed to return to their church. They weren't allowed to control it. The council sized it as payment for the actions of the father. The buildings and boats they owned kept them in the Cas Lordon angle amongst the rich. Del Lor knew that what they were known for was now gone. The identity of his father was questioned. The makers of this conflict now pretends to feel remorse in front of him. This is why Del Lor is the only without a sad face at the top of the steps. "Take me to my husband," says Ko Mel. She says this before Brill could say he was sorry for her loss. Dis shuffled a bit at first. Brill kneels and says, "Yes, my lady." Once in the building, marshals stood keeping any not sick from entering. Unlike any other building in Air City, Daehood was quit. The Ayan Lumeas thought their personalities were the effect of dealing with their kin's mortality. The surveyors made this thought seem silly to them. The surveyors were quiet. They moved slowly and kind. They spoke soft when they talked. The irony was with short words they made everyone feel as if they were safe. They made everyone feel cared about. 3 surveyors walks the family and members of Night Council to a large room with black interior. A stone bed rested in the middle. Nothing else in the room but this. All walked to see beautifully dressed in a black cloth Dae Khan. The all members but Ko Vel whipped. Ko Mel acted as if she was the only in the room, talking through the tears running down her face. "I wasn't there. That I needed to be. I know I should have followed," she says as she walks over to hug her dead husband. Del Lor looks at Kier Y and then Brill. "Do we know what or who caused this?" he says. Brill looks with grace at an angry man. "I can't say. The marshals came across him crashed into rocks at the wheel." "Did he tell you of where he was heading?" asked Brill, thinking of the conversations he had last with his father. Del Lor wanted to keep this private. "No, not a word. I trusted my father was safe," he says. A surveyor asked in a quiet voice. "It is tradition that this room is not crowded. Will all but one come with me?" Everyone looked at each other but knew who would stay. Ko Mel acts as if she doesn't hear the healer as everyone leaves the room. She caresses her husband's face. "Why are you right always? Why are you handsome, she says, clenching her jaw to dam the gates of tears. Nothing is bright. Daylight doesn't feel a new day. I've tried the new bread you liked from the market. I can't tell if it's our difference in taste or the news I heard after eating it. She says. The dam breaks slowly as a couple tears leaves her face. I went to the market to take my mind off losing the church. Now I don't care. They can have it. Just let me have you, she says. Comel weeps. The widow uses her dress to wipe herself at the face. I don't know who took us from the same realm. This city will dove into a blank stare of itself now. They're getting closer to removing the touch of kindness from them. The woman in the market judged my apparel as a way to ask for more than said wage for the bread. She says. The room quiets. I am afraid for them. Our trustees are evolving into what you spoke of. But I can't save them. I know you were trying to. I don't know how to help them without you, she says. After more silence, Comel's face goes dead, knowing she'll never hear her husband's voice again. She stands up and gently drapes the cloth over his face and leaves. No one is awaiting her outside. She walks to the front of the lobby and out the double doors. Comel's children awakes her while the night council talks with marshals. Are you well, mother? asked Covel. She looks to her son and to the crowd on the steps. I'm only in need of sleep, she says. Talia replies. I can have help prepare your bed once we make it back. The body language of the council behind them catches Comel's face. She parts the huddle of her children around her and walks to the ground of council. She doesn't speak but listens. Are you sure? says AF. Comel sees a bone dagger piercing a piece of scroll. Yes, my councilman, says a woman marshal. Comel walks into the group. What is this? she asked directly. Brill answers. I don't know if this will calm your heart, but we've seemed to have learned of those responsible, he says. Responsible for what? she says. Brill grabs the dagger and scroll from the marshal. The ones responsible for your late husband. Read, he says, showing the scroll. The note read. Treetops. Your ways of talk are that of swords. Let's talk. Comel widens her eyes. I promise they will not go unpunished, said Brill. Where did you find this? says Comel as her children walks up, a marshal says. We discovered this message stabbed into the door of one Skirus, she says. Covel grabs the piece of scroll to look. Comel says they are not this. The Alawas loves my husband. Dessa turns to her and says. The Alawas have no loyalty. I promise not to insult my lady, but you have to know. Your husband was a tool to them. Comel spits into Dessa's eye, causing Dessa to lunge at her. The marshals keeps the women apart from each other. No recreist, whore, will speak on my husband's name. She yells. Comel's children walks her away from the councilwoman. Del Lore, while looking at the marshals, says. We've seen enough. It's best we go. All parties agree except Covel. Covel walks over towards the council before Del Lore says. Where are you two? Covel turns back, revealing an emblem of a marshal. An unrolled scroll with a sword in the middle made of silver. Covel reveals this through his coat. I have other affairs, he says. Del Lore looks with betrayal in his face. You are a servant of Alia as I. Why would you pick up a sword, he asked. Covel tightens his face. I am an honorable man, as if our father. I believe as he that we decide our own destiny, brother. He says. Covel nods while relaxing his face. I shall see you later, he says. Comel looks with dread in her eyes. Her middle child was slipping from her grasp. His departure from her grasp wasn't hard to do. She knew that her heart began to grow cold. She takes no time with this and says we are leaving. Covel walks to the marshals as his family descends down the steps. Halfway down they're stopped by the sounds of Brill's voice. Seeds of Aang. It is cold in night but also in spirit that we come to you. he says. Brill points to Comel before saying, "Our kin has lost a great of love tonight." Covel joins the formation of marshals while Dessa wipes her eye. The Iron Lumeas stop mid-step. "Day Conbeas was a dear soul to me. One I've disagreed with but love as I would any of you. It is settled. He has walked to Iraq." A chatter waves through the crowd. Feathers moved on scroll. "He was a troubled soul. It pains me to hold his prize belonging of Half Moon. I'm only obliged by charter to do so," says Brill. Comel squints her eyes from far knowing of Connery. "I will not let this plague his name. A new philosophy will be. One that remembers his devotion to keeping this realm safe. For we no longer counsel the night. We are its commander. Its ministry. Once we demand of our dark we protect from it," he says. The tone in his voice sends chills into Comel. Her husband prophesied this moment she's in. "We will no longer be known as Night Council," says Brill holding up a scroll. Charter 523 as of unanimous blood. "We are now the Ministry of Night. The protection of Aang," he says. Some of the crowd looked in confusion but most rejoiced. "As of our first order of chair. A demonstration of loyalty to you our kin. We have found the ones who took our family from us," he says. Talia whispers loud enough for her mother to hear. "What madness has happened?" she says. "The ones who steal our feast. They have walked into our lands and mock us with the very tools they strike us with," he says. "They left reminders of the slain," he says, handing the dagger and scroll back to a marshal. A playwriter asks out loud, "How are we allowing this?" Brill looks to him and says, "The Ministry of Night, I promise you will not. We will keep our way of life safe. We will see them in Iraq later in life. As of tonight," he yells. All in the crowd rises to the call and voice. The surveyors, unmoved by the applause, walk back into dayhood. Del Lore says to his mother, "Father fought his last days to keep from this day. I'm afraid he sealed it," he says. Comel and the remaining of her children leaves. One person in the crowd stands still as others cheered. If not for the large number of people present, he would definitely stand out. Allaire stood in a sea of ignorance. He knew nothing of the Alawas but knew the events made no sense. Why would a man of wealth break chassis to seek his own death? Why would Day Conbeas lie to him just to be murdered by that lie? Furthermore, the people at the top step seemed more happy than saddened by his passing. The building that displayed a crown achievement of Allaire, once a proud place of worship, was now a tool. Allaire had no proof but a gut feeling the only murderer was the Night Council. He couldn't even finish the thought. They've changed their identity to the Ministry of Night. And with this name change, the city changed. Allaire can see it all around him. He felt to blame. He felt his wife's words crashing his conscience. He gave the greed and death the tools to deliver it. The purple glow to the wrist of all he despised. At that moment he sees Corlager walks past him. Allaire taps his shoulder. "It's me," he says. Corlager looks back with more rage in his face than Allaire knew. "I'm not letting this man take me with him to the level of Shadowfoot," he says. "What do you plan to do?" says Allaire in fear. Whitish blue light come from his eyes. "I plan to do as my ancestors would in the face of evil." Just then Corlager drops his coat, revealing only skin. In the weather this would cause anyone to seek dayhood before long. Allaire was the only well-read on what this meant. The dial maker steps back as not to be caught in the event. Corlager flares whitish blue, causing a thrust of people around him. People moved by way of an invisible force away from him. His presence was now noticed by the marshals. They removed their swords. "You! Cease!" they yell. Brill looks on with a smile. The crowd tries to flee in fear, dropping belongings just to run. But none could escape. Their muscles tighten and limbs frozen. The crowd was frozen. Corlager walked past them looking straight ahead. The only people who could move were that of the Night Council. Their wrist glowed purple while they stood waiting for Corlager. You turned this town into bloodlust. I'm the one you want. Leave them. He says. Brill laughs. You are not even close to what I desire, he says. Still in whitish flare, Corlager says. I know you wish for a rematch. It's yours. As our true selves, he says. You are one for bad timing, he says. Brill points at Corlager and a sea of purple vines coming from all wrist stabs into Corlager. The purple smoke light shows no mercy. It enters him with no struggle and rips out from his eyes and mouth. The crowd in fear, unable to move, watches. Brill speaks softly to himself. Yes, just as you are. Die while looking foolish. Just as you had me to look, he says. He pulls back his arm, retracting the vines of night. As they leave, all the blood from Corlager dries and his body falls. The whitish blue flare of moon magic dimmed. People were now allowed to move. Brill walks up to his lifeless body. He holds up his wrist, displaying the coupling. Your ministry of night, he says. Some cheered even louder, others looked afraid. Jang. AF. Kier Y and Gree looked with shock at their wrist. That was better than food, says AF. All were satisfied with the results of their newfound power. Dessa walks up to Brill. I've never been prouder of you. This is truly our city now. Brill point to the dagger through the scroll. My love. Until there's cannot walk in our city again. That I don't share that statement, he says. She smiles in a devilish manner. Dessa brings her purple wrist to her face. We'll have to deal with this manner of defiance now, will we? She says before an evil chuckle. Brill balls up the scroll after removing the dagger from it. With pleasure, he says. Chapter 10, Dekonbi is the psychic. The reflection of the moonlight sits quiet and still in Dha River. The peace of the river bank allowed for Trinuu to drink calming from the river at night. The wide width of the river meant moonlight shined through unblocked by trees. This brought clarity to the horizon in both directions of the river. Without warning, the reflection of the moon in the river is interrupted. Ripples in the river breaks up the light. Trinuu, bull-like deer, smelt before they heard. They knew the scent of crafted wood. Boats were nearby. Before the boats were visible, the animals made sure they were not. The smell of oil burning from lantern replaces the smell of crater wood. A ramada of martial boats sailed down the river. From my sight there were at least 30 boats of men and women. All with swords, all war ready. All but one marshal wore grey trench coats. Brill's personal marshal Lessee wore a purple trench coat. Lessee was now promoted to lieutenant marshal. His loyalty was rewarded. Lessee steps to the pier of the boat. Looking through the forest, he signals his Massey to anchor. Another marshal on board waves their coat. Of and on near the lantern. They were the head boat of the fleet. The backdrop of the night made for stark contrast with the lanterns. This made the flickering of the light easy to spot for the boats in back. This is they to the camp, says Lessee. Trailing not far behind were 3 steel ships. Completely covered in steel with one window opened. At the size of the Half Moon Pass ship. These ships looked like footballs of size sitting in the water. Each had lanterns encased in steel barb in the front and back if the ships. Engraved in steel on the side of each said, Hand of Aang, Hand of Ferb, and Hand of Hoke. Underneath the words in smaller font was the word Ra through. This was the first time this ship seen water. The metal pinged from the temperature of the water. The hand ships weren't hive-minded. They didn't shoulder in the mud like the boats when they stopped. Marshals break from boats leaving them at the shore. The trenches with lanterns walked first. Lessee guarded. 400 men and women descend in the forest. Animals move away in the trees. Seasonal men and women knew to trust instinct from the sounds of their own feet on dead leaves. Some sweat at the face from lanterns nearby to see. Others sweat in the cold night from fear. How far till we see the camp, asked a marshal to Lessee. Leslie tenses at the shoulders before saying, "We're here." Leslie hold on to his marshal while saying cease movement loudly. A shuffle of boots reverbs through the forest. All marshals stop. Leslie kicks a rock to listen to it travel. The sound became hollow the more it went on. Leslie asked for sheet metal. What gloves on? The lieutenant grabs a thin, smoothed surface of metal that resembled scroll or paper. Leslie places into the back of the lantern his partner held. The light reflected of the sheet spreading far. The marshals did not want all lantern bearers to have this technique as it could blind them. Wherever Leslie pointed the sheet in back of the light, the forest lit up a further 30 feet in front. The light showed a crater cannon with straw bridges. The bridges lead to a large stone platform. The crater spread for a mile. The bottom was unknown. The light of Leslie's sheet couldn't reach the bottom. Straw and mud homes were vacant. Items of daily life still laid as if abandoned. Leslie looks back at his partner marshals and says, "Where did they go?" Leslie's marshal wouldn't get to answer. The wind breaks and an object pierces their chest, dropping the lantern. Before the lantern hits the ground, more sounds of wind breaks. At a moment's notice, all marshals in from are lit ablaze by the contents of the lanterns. Some think smartly to exit their trench coats only to be hit with sharp objects from afar. Others run into each other out of panic and fear. The formation in the back sees this take place and blow out their lanterns. The forest slowly setting on fire was all the light they needed. The marshals were instructed not to put out their fellow marshal. The cruel discipline was known to all. They knew those with cherry were instructed to stand by if they were in front. Some cried and burned, abandoning protocol. Others fought off the objects and flames. Leslie ran back to the formation through the flames. "They are high in the forest," he says. A couple of female marshals approached Leslie calmly as comrades fought off what now looks like spears and flames behind him. Wood cylinders with rope steams at the bottom rest in each woman's hand. No one panicked in the back formation. All stood quiet as their brothers and sisters fought for their lives in front of them. Multiple of marshals lit the cylinders, causing them to shoot into the sky. One by one the wooden rockets flared the night sky. Far into the distance on the other side of the crater, a reflection of eyes stare at the marshals. The steel ships minutes behind in the river saw the signal from the sky. Sounds of chains spinning from inside opened the roofs of the larger ships. A large cylinder slowly comes out to the sound of clinking metal. These were cannons almost as large as the marshal boats. The cannon seems to be moving towards the flares in the sky. The darkness inside the cannons were replaced with red, the eyes of a devil. Masterfully, only the cannon and not the ship of steel blush red. A sound that challenges the sound of thunder releases planetary spheres of metal from its stack into the air. In the distance of the remove away from the steel ships, more hand ships and more marshal boats approached. The wind hauled above as the cannonballs of steel broke the necks of trees, hurling over the marshals. Some were scarred while others sat still. 3 cannonballs land on the camp, crumbling the platform of Alawa's way. The flares in the sky turned from red to purple. Once this lit the sky, the cannons stopped coming. In the distance by river and skyline of trees, the process repeats itself nearby. Other areas of the forest flare and send balls of death through trees. Knowing they can't out-dodge the cannons, warriors of Alawa come out the shadows. Leslie pulls his sword, hearing the war cry from afar. "It's time," he says, looking at his marshals. All marshals draw their swords and prepare for a close-quarter gallop. Marshal and tribe warrior teleport towards each other, swinging swords, jumping in and out of portal. Hundreds of bone sword and silver sword fights take place on the platform. In the grass and tree, Leslie kills 3 warriors while watching the back of his partner. Leslie's partner blocks headshots like he was at area fencing. Multiple marshals are thrown to their death off the cliff to the straw bridge. Others are snatched by nets into the trees. More lanterns spill, catching the trees on fire. Leslie shoots a flare near him. A minute later, a cannon comes whistling in a rate of speed uncompromising, taking out the trees on fire. The lieutenant marshal did this to spare his men and women more time fighting. Lessie turns and swings at another Alawa member only for his sword to stop mid-air. The air turns purple as his sword repels off the closeness of the warrior. Lessie's confusion gives a warrior time from behind to run up. A bone sword pierced through him, killing him seconds later. A marshal screams in terror, realizing her commander has been killed. She swings her sword, severing the head of her commander's killer. She swings towards another member who raises their hand, displaying a ring. Her sword bounces off an invisible force field and catches her in the throat, dropping her where she stood. More examples of this made the warrior seemed invisible. They walked through the battlefield of bodies and fire. Every minute a blast of steel passed them in the sky. They brought fear with them across the forest. A formation of marshals formed to protect each other as the warrior approaches. Your leader is dead. And now you will be made to lay with him, they say. All marshals part like a road in a forest. Leaders arrive fashionably late, my good sir. The voice comes from behind the crowd. 6 people in black trench coats and face mask walk by with purple glow from their wrist. The warrior speaks. Prine of Alawa. They say, beating their chest. No time for pleasantries, says Brill, pointing his hand at Prine. A purple swirl of light shoots through the force field, cracking the ring on his finger as he falls. Multiple warriors look with terror. Prine drops to his knees with blood and tears. He fails to catch his breath while looking at his ring finger. Clear out the brushes, we'll take it from here, he says to the marshals. Prine's vision blurs as Brill approaches with the rest of the ministry. Brill looks at Lessie in the ground lifeless and then to Prine in his knees. He looks more annoyed than shocked. Are you still alive, he says to Prine. Brill points to his face and the purple light stabs through his face, instantly killing Prine. Dessa raises her wrist, send multiple vines around the forest, choking warriors. Skirus uses his wrist to bring people to his sword. Jang says as he knees in front of Lessie. 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 This causes Brill to turn back. He labored only a day, says Brill. Hang looks up and say. What would have been your last words to him? Brill walks over and takes his glove off to brush at Lessie's face. That wherever he went to save me a seat. Both council men rise. Shall we continue, says Jang. Of course, says Brill. After hours of fighting. Trails of smoke and trimmed forest filled the background of the marshals. The words of Day Khan B is reigned true. The might of Air City was overwhelming for that of Alawa. The remnants of Alawa's camp was stretched and shredded by cannon attacks. The platform sank in about 10 yards further underground. Men and women in cloth attire laid tied up on what was able to seat them in the middle. Marshals stood on all sides of the cliff surrounding the platform above. Some people pass out from a loss of blood and others from exhaustion. Both marshals and warrior had blood mixed with dirt on hand and cloths. Brill stands at the edge of the cliff with marshals and burning trees behind him. Quay with his arms and feet bound speaks to Brill. I hope the princes drag you to Silthrace and they rip your flesh slow, says Quay. No one is exempt from the realm of the dead. We all will see ourselves there. You sooner than others. Tell me where you hide her and I shall see you peacefully. Refuse and show up to the underworld, Scar, says Brill. You will gain nothing in me, says Quay. AF bleak out. That you would die over fish? Over my people, replies Quay. How moving, says Brill before shooting a flare. Before I die, may I ask a question, says Quay. Depending on how long's the question, says Brill. Why'd you kill him, says Quay, barely eyes opened. Covell stands behind Brill with an anxious face. Brill smiles, holding back a different mood. Fighting has made you delusional. Your queen has one of my most beloved killed. And now you suffer her lapse in judgment, says Brill. Alawa has no queen, says Quay. It now has no footprints in this land, says Brill. The night is all but done. The moon still enabled by the dark. The cold of the night stations the heart as the back of Brill becomes elliptical in the sky. The moon no longer illuminates. The cannonball of steel blocks it. The marshals start to feel for Quay and the other defeated members of his tribe. Some were glad not to be him while others felt sorry for him. People tied and bound to the floor move like a worm trying to move out the way. Quay cries peacefully while praying. The sound of the ball tearing at the root of the platform in horror blocks out the many screams. The cloud dust takes minutes to settle as it blankets the sky. Search the forest, she is still here, Brill says to a marshal after their vision returned. The marshal nods and walks away. Covell begins to show signs of mercy. It says to lock them in dungeons. From the charter, he says. Charters apply to the civilized. Did he look civil, says Brill. An innocent but puzzled face comes over Covell. Well, I don't know, he says. Brills moves in to talk up under his breath. Even if we enslave them. They just plan to kill us in our sleep, says Brill. Covell looks disturbed. Brill looks to the ball of steel and laughs. I took a gamble Gowl Thin would do that. I'm out of 700 pieces of tin, he says before laughing. Covell looks to see engraved in the cannonball the name Codros. Knowing the reference, he feels shame as Brill still laughs. The morning of the first day as Ministry of Charter, the church felt different. A sunny day of fall weather. The day seemed to be full of spirit. Inside the building of the eyeball windows and a now spell bell tower, the halls and rooms were quiet. The ministry was still out in the forest with marshals cleaning up the battle of night. Covell made it back to help his mother with a few things she forgot to grab from her quarters. Comel knew his mother wasn't in the mood for talking after the previous day. He could feel a separation happening with her and wanted not to add to it. A marshal stands outside the door as she checks her things with Covell's help. Comel stands silent with a dry mouth from crying all day yesterday. She searches her shelves as she did in the trial rooms the night she lost the church. Covell glazes occasionally his mother's way while searching the other shelves. He breaks the long quit dread by saying, I wanted to tell him. Comel continues to look through books on her lower shelf without response. Covell's awkward smile goes numb and he looks down. Comel finally speaks. Tell whom what, she says. I wanted to tell father about being a marshal, he says. Comel stops and turns. Why were you late to say, she asks in a familiar, friendly mood. I knew that he wanted me here. Singing and worshipping, he says. Is it wrong to do this, she says. Initially I wanted to. As I grew I saw myself as something else. Comel goes back to searching while saying. What did you see in yourself? As a leader of some kind, he says. Marshals don't lead. Not the ones I've seen, she says, thinking of the night she lost the church. Thinking of the girl she helped learn many things as a child only to force her out of her own. You learn things that place you in position to lead, he says. Comel swallows before asking. Is that what you were learning last? She turns silently and looks at her son. He looks back. I watched from the ships. I slayed none, says Covell. Are they all? She can't bring herself to finish the question. I saw no women or children amongst the bodies, he says. I see, says Comel, turning back and holding her cries. How would murder teach you about leadership, she asks. Covell becomes a bit estranged by the question. All that died passed while with sword. No one was innocent, he says. I learned about discipline. Strategy and direction, he says. You talk of life as a board match. 1000s were done with last night. Fathers. Brothers. Sons. Uncles. I knew of women warriors from Alawa. Their mothers, Covell, she says. Covell looks with a serious mood. Our kin lost that as well last night, he says. We asked the princes. Did we not, she says. Covell gets up to walk away but stops mid-room. If you were forced to pick between you family and theirs, would the choice be hard, he asked. I will not answer this. Your father would have never thought of life this way. Life was equal to him, she says. Life is always about the hard choices. That's what leadership is, yells Covell. Comel turns and says. It was wrong of me to look for a book right now. Covel walks out and says. The son that throws away rotting fish is praised. The son that keeps the church in the family's name as the father runs off is not. I'll be outside, says Covel before leaving. A minute of thought lingers in Comel's mind of her son's words. Comel walks out to see Covel already outside. The marshal at the door still stands. Where is my son? She asked the guard. The ambassador says he needed a smell of fresh air, she says. The ambassador? Asked Comel. Yes, the ambassador of the Ministry of Charter. The change in church leadership, she says. Comel looked in shock before masking it. As her hands shake to what she heard, she pretended to be familiar with the terms. I have one last shelf to check and I will be finished, she says. Of course, Ms. Ian Lume, says the marshal. Comel walks back inside the church. A paranoid glaze comes from her eye looking back at the double doors. She walks past her quarters. At the rose-covered bronze door of her son's old quarters she walks in. Comel walks to the eye-shaped window to see her son with a pipe standing near the Statue of Free. She turns and moves scrolls and books on the desk, not knowing what to look for, just to look. After a couple of looks she walks back to the window and still sees Covel. She walks to the desk and open drawers. After the third drawer she sees a red unrolled scroll. Comel knew that red scrolls were deed scrolls of receipts. She looks at it to see Delor's name on it. The name of the residence was a building Day Con used for throwing out fish for charity. She wondered why Covel would have in her office. After thinking for a bit she knew what made sense. What drove her son into being a marshal? She dropped the scroll. The thought of her son taking his father's life out of jealousy and taking over the church. The room felt as if it would spin. She walks to the window to see Covel's pipe blowing less smoke, indicating he was almost finished. She walks out the door. Looking at the double doors, waiting for him to come back. Waiting to pretend. She pretended the events of last night weren't what they were, just to walk in the building. She knew she couldn't deal in the city. She heard of a man dying in front of the Dahoud building after she left. Now her son justified murder of people her husband fought so hard to protect. To her face, Comel goes numb. No longer frantic. No longer caring if her son knew what she knows now. Comel was standing in front of the gear room. She turned. Looking at the picture of her husband and her on the wall by the door. She opened it. Comel grabbed a brown stick and pulled it through door handles after closing said door. She grabbed the capsule casing off the rod in the ground. Comel lifted her dress and kicked it. She checked and made sure she had her cloth pin. Once the rod returned from a full rotation she knew all would hear the bell. Covel sees his cloth pin lighting up as he puts away his pipe. This causes him to look up to see the bell moving in the tower. He looks around the street to see some falling asleep at the markets while others glow in their cloth pins. Covel drops his pipe, letting it fall down the steps. He runs past the marshal laying in front of the double doors. Covel checks the room his mother was in, but no sight of her. Once he comes out he sees that his old quarters were opened. Covel walks in looking around, but nothing seems different. Covel walks to his desk and sees a drawer almost closed. He pulls it to see his red scroll of his brother's deed. It took him no time to realize his mother seen it as well. Covel thinks back to her last words. Trying to be comfortable and connect with his mother let him slip something he knew better to say. No one knew he had knowledge of his brother's complications with Knight Council. How did he and why did he? Covel walks out the room looking around. Checking each door for his mother. Once he tried to open the gear door, it resisted. He pulled and pulled but nothing gave. Covel stepped back and bust through the door. On the other side the rod in the floor cycled up and down in the ground like crazy. The sound of the metal going in and out almost distracted him. Covel sees the freight ladder to the roof extended. He climbs it knowing it only lets down for emergencies. Once he makes it to the top he calls out. Mother. Mother. He says. Kovel walks to the bell, rocking back and forth rapidly. He looks at the balcony to still see front air road that people sleep in the market. He goes to turn when he see a piece of his mother's dress. Kovel walks out to the balcony. There she was. On the ledge, holding on by her slipper. What are you doing? Take my hand. He says. No. No. She says, shackling her head. Come back. Please, says Kovel. Why? Son. Why? He loved you, she yells. Kovel resend his hand, clenching his jaw. He loved the barbarous of the forest mother. He didn't want us, says Kovel. The wind from high up plus the bell blew Kovel's hair into her face, but Kovel could still see the horror in her face. Mother, he was not prepared to lead us. I am. I've saved your bloodline. Your life's work, he says. You took him away from us. You joined the will of the mad. She says. Kovel looks off to the wind slightly while frowning. Kovel sheds tears. You're my son, she says. Kovel says, remember when I asked you if you had to choose between the Alawas and your children? She nods fearfully. I have a new question. If you had to choose. Me. Or Del Lore, he says. Kovel looks to herself. I do not wish to do this. Answer me. Mother. She shakes her head. Mother, answer. She fixes the dryness of her lips. The air made it worse. Del. Del. Say it, please. Says Kovel. Del Lore, she says. Kovel inhales a bit and closes his eyes. He was overwhelmed with what he already knew. His mother finally confirmed his growing hate for his father and brother. There. That was better. Now it's all out, he says. The look of pure evil came across his face. Kovel was coming to with the numb she felt the day before. She started to think about it as a sign of what she should do next. She stands no longer gripping the wall behind her for balance. A once confident evil turns into the look of a young boy at his mother. What are you doing? Kovel, she says. Mother, don't do it. Mother, he says. She doesn't hear him. Quit, Kovel. I'm talking to your father, she says before limping forward. Kovel dives slowly into the wind. Nothing to stop her descent. The view down was that of people sleeping on the streets. Kovel's son was in back. Reaching his hand and his mouth, saying what can only be mother form his mouth. She couldn't hear him. She looked forward. The people sleeping on the ground made her think. All were asleep to their government's greed. All still don't know of the deaths in the forest. None wondered how murder of 1,000 people would keep them safe. They were all asleep. Just like they are not on the road. She was asleep to her son's feelings. Her family paid for it. The mother of 4 could no longer live in this world without the one man she loved. The one man who thought himself selfless. Perhaps he wasn't if he wanted his son to follow in his shoes. Kovel makes her last thought to ask him in Iraq. She closes her eyes before her vision blacks. The end.